What's up, my peoples? What's going on? It's your boy JT. Black Man Unfiltered, collaboration with What We Know Podcast. What's going on, folks, man? What's popping in here, man? Happy New Year's to my people. Happy New Year's to everybody that made it this way. We lost a lot of people in 2023, man. But for those of us that are still here on Earth with an F, we still here making it. We still out here doing our damn thing, man. I appreciate everybody from coming up in here. Y'all see what the title is, Delusional Resolutions, man. That's all we're going to be doing, man. This is my first official show with Black Man Unfiltered. You guys, let me know if you can hear me clearly by pressing 1 and sending me a 1. Because I don't know what's going on with my microphone right now, but you guys just let me know exactly how I sound. Okay, all right. Well, that's where we at. We there. 2023, man. It's over with. 2024. We get another chance to make a better year for ourselves. You know, man. We get a chance to be better people. Even though we do it every day. I know I do. I do it every day. I try to be a better person every fucking day, man. Before we even get in here, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna drop the link, or Black Man, if you in there, man, just drop the link or whatever and let people know that they can come up, man, and we can kick it. This is for the first show, man. It's gonna be I want to be able to freestyle this because this is my first official show on Black Man Unfiltered. Before, the shows that I was doing was with I was filling in for Shushu and her brother Manny Drelly, however you want to say it, the little man, little nigga, the little big guy. You dig what I'm saying? But man, yeah, I just want to be able to kick it with my people, man. And you know, I got a couple of videos that I wanted, want to be able to just show what was going on in 2023, and then we can just go ahead and we can just have conversations, man. These conversations can go anywhere y'all like them tonight. I just want to get a nice feel of what my people is about, man, because we're going to have some great topics, bro. Trust me when I tell you, we are definitely going to have some great topics. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to my people that already done came in here. First of all, my boy Hassan, peace, JT, and blessings to you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hassan is in here. My boy Trey Ferg is up in here. OG up in here. In my generation, you dig what I'm saying? And you know we got my boy Lit, Lost in Translation. Always, bro. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We always got we also got my boy Reckless Ray De Niro. You know what he do? I like to call Reckless Ray the intellectual irritant. He's not gonna do what you think he's gonna do or say what you think he's gonna say. And I like that about this brother right here, man. Then we got Trey Unlimited, my homeboy. What's going on, boy? What's poppin'? Trey say, told y'all Mandrell wasn't gonna get his show back. Hey, man, listen, I'm not trying to pirate nobody's shit, man. You dig what I'm saying? We doing this as brotherhood, solidarity, baby. This is what we doing. Hey, Mandrell might have to move over to Thursday or Friday. And he can't do neither one of those because we got some slamming shows over there. We got the doc over on Thursday. Then we got all of us on Friday. So he might have to do a Saturday then. I'm not giving it up. How about that? Y'all send the word out to Mandrell. It's my show. You dig? And we have my homeboy, man, my fam right here, my boy Rob. Sport Talk with Rob, man. Y'all need to follow my boy Rob. When you get a chance, man, put your links in there. Let them know where they can find you. Rob be out here doing the goddamn the food videos, man. That should be funny as hell. He got this thing, big back, and man, Rob, do your thing, boy. I love what you're doing, man. The damn facial expressions be funny as hell, but that food on some real ass shit, dog. That food be looking good as hell. Some of it. Sometimes Rob be clowning the shit out you. If you coming on some bullshit, he gonna clown your shit, bro. Most definitely, man. But who else we got in here? Oh man, we got the bearded man himself, my boy Hink, in the basement with Hink. What's going on, boy? What's happening, Hink? How them motherfucking Lions doing? You know what they doing, bro. And you know that was a goddamn Hink. That was some bullshit what happened with that Dallas Cowboy game. You know that was some bullshit right there, bro. That was some definite bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm like my boy. I'm like my boy Rob. If you are a Dallas fan, fuck you. Fuck you. If you play on the team, fuck you. If you live in Dallas, black man, fuck you. Fuck the Dallas Cowboys. They cheated us, man. They goddamn cheated us. And we also have my homeboy, Black Man Unfiltered. What did he say? He said, you got a camera. Turn it up. Come and join the panel, man. Most definitely. If you gotta be on camera tonight, you know what I'm saying? Make sure that you got a good sound system, a good mic, actually, and you have a camera. We definitely need that. We don't need anybody coming in here flashing us, man. We got a lot of haters out here also on Black Man Unfiltered. A whole lot of damn haters. And we have to at least see you, so we can see that you are who you say you are. You dig what I'm saying? But yeah, man. 2023 is out. 2024 is here. I've been seeing a lot of bullshit when it comes down to people going on social media making all these these New Year resolutions and shit that they know it ain't gonna last but for about 30 seconds. The shit is bullshit, you dig? Sam Everin, what's happening to you right now? Just subscribe to you. JT, salute to you and Hassan. I found your channel on Hassan's channel. Let's go. That's right, Sam. I really appreciate you. And Hassan, man, I appreciate everything you're doing, brother. Most definitely. Don't forget, Hassan, if you want to come on the on the panel, man, the link will be out here for you also, bro. You can definitely come on here, bro. Most definitely. Yeah, for everybody that's on the What We Know side, also, we do take donations on the What We Know side, Cash App. not Cash App, but super chats on the What We Know side. And let me find this right now. I have to get this banner right here because we definitely will have to give a shout out to Black Man Unfiltered channel. If you love this content, you love what Black Man is doing, definitely support the brother by giving a Cash App. I'm looking for it right now. If you find it before I do, Black Man, put it up there. But definitely support the channel, man, by Cash App and Black Man. I can't wait till he get his monetization back so we can go ahead and get that bread like we've been doing, so we can keep doing the things that we do over here on Black Man Unfiltered and What We Know podcast. Damn, I can't find it, bro. Hold on. It's on the ticker. I know that. There we go. I got it. Right up under there, y'all. So for all the people that that love this content, man, they love this content. Please for y'all support my brother Black Man Unfiltered by giving a Cash App. We got my man, Information Man, in the building. Appreciate you, brother, all the time. If you guys don't get it to you don't know who Information Man is, please follow Information Man show. All you gotta do is just, man, you can Google this brother right now, and all of his content will come up. He got multiple channels, but the Information Man show, you definitely can find him. If we got moderators in the channel, please put his link in there so people can be able to follow the brother. You dig what I'm saying? Let me get back to this, man. Resolutions, man. Delusional resolutions. We all have delusional resolutions. You know, the first thing, you know, the most popular thing is people saying they're gonna get back in the gym. We know goddamn well, if you ain't been in the gym for 3-4 years, 5 or 6 years, your ass is not gonna be in a damn gym. Quit playing. That's cap. Stop doing all that shit. Stop doing it. Do something that's attainable. Me personally, I'm definitely not going to be giving any New Year's resolutions. I give my resolutions all through the year, and I try to stay focused on that, and I try to stay consistent on that also. You dig? Again, for the people that really want to come on here and be on the panel, man, and once we start getting this thing rolling and cranking, you can definitely come up. My homeboy, my man, no, he has already contributed to a brother $5. I thank you, bro. We contribute to each other, man. Please, if you guys have not followed No Captivity, Freezy, please go over there to his channel, man. Follow and look out for my brother, man. I'm trying to tell you, this brother right here got some content for your ass, bro. And it'd be so funny because Freezy be having me laughing sometimes because he's so damn animated. I love that shit about my brother, though, man. I love that shit about him. Thank you, Freezy, man. I'm definitely appreciative to you all the time. We also have Mandrell in the building. I'm just saying, JT. Yeah, I'm just saying, Mandrell. I'm just saying. I mean, you need to talk to the boss, man. I don't know what to say to you. I'm just saying, Mandrell, myself, bro. We also got another $5 chat from my man, Information Man, man. Much respect to you. I appreciate you, brothers, man. I always will appreciate you, Information Man. Content is off the chain. I love what you're doing, bro. And I'm gonna do it like Black Man normally do it, man. When we out here and we get these cash apps, we are definitely going to give you some type of entertainment, and that's what I'm gonna do right now, man. I'm gonna go ahead and rock this entertainment out right now. I'm trying to find something. What the hell? Let me see what I can find right going on here. Let's probably do Black Man. I wish you would have had that one that you did of you and damn sleepy Black David. We gonna call his ass Sleepy Dave now on. From now on, that's your name. Sleepy Dave. It's not Black David no more. We gonna call you Sleepy Dave. This is why.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Was that damn? I just now caught on to that. Was that damn Hink talking about some oh Lord? Oh Lord. All right, man. We're gonna keep going, man. And we're gonna do white chocolate, man. This is probably the most I guess a lot of people they want this when we do this the super chats, man. So we're gonna give you guys white chocolate. It goes a little something like this right here.
I got a red room, it's the red now when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
Thank you very much. I need to get that shit. So, hey man, shouts out to my boy Pookie Hybrid, aka CJ from the 5100. Hey man, we gotta do a collaboration, man. 5100, we gotta definitely do another collaboration. 2024, man. We bought 2024, man. We definitely gotta upgrade on our what was it? The generational gap type of thing that we had. I love what we did. The last time we did it, man, it did get out of control. But I think brothers know how to work with each other right now, man, and talk with each other right now. I think we get a lot better at that shit. I think we get a whole lot better with that. But shout out to you guys. Shout out to if you guys understand what we're doing, man, we are definitely trying to boost each other up. For the 5100, if we got some if you guys know their link, or if you want to, Pookie Hybrid, man, put y'all link in there, man, so people can follow y'all. You dig what I'm saying? Absolutely. Let me see what else we got. We got my boy Lit already in here, Ferg in here. All right. Let's go ahead, man. And I'm gonna do the first delusional video. I think the shit was funny to me. So let me just say this. This might not even be what this video is about, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now. In 2024, brothers gotta stop capping. Stop acting like you something that you are not, bro. And quit trying to impress these goddamn women. You gonna fuck around and kill yourself trying to impress these damn women on some bullshit. The reason why I'm saying that is that you got cats out here swimming and shit, thinking and letting these women thinking these women, they taking them on these goddamn trips on these goddamn beaches and shit like that. And this one video is about this brother acting like his ass can goddamn swim, talking about he's some goddamn Aquaman or some crazy ass shit like that, trying to impress a broad, and damn near killed yourself. Y'all need to cut that shit the fuck out, man. Trust me when I tell you. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
You ain't never been to the ocean, have you, girl?
No, Daddy. I'm so glad you brought me here. Sun glistening this shit off of you.
Yeah.
Tattoos and shit.
They call me Michael Phelps.
Damn.
Because I be out here swimming.
You ain't even tell me you could swim.
Yeah, hell yeah, I can swim, girl.
You okay?
Huh?
You okay? Stand up. Wait. Stand. Give me a float.
I can hear.
Grab the floaty.
Grab my head.
Grab the floaty. This motherfucker.
Shout out to the nigga almost killed himself trying to impress a damn broad. Shout out to him. We can't be doing this in 2024, y'all. We cannot be doing shit like this in 2024, looking goofy as hell. And you know that the cameras is on your ass, boy. The cameras is on your ass. Shout out to my man Lou. Lou Medic, what's going on? He say dude's gonna be dying off Blue Chew Premium in 2024. You know what I'm saying? They better start. Listen, man, take care of yourself by having a diet. A lot of people like to call them livets and shit like that. I just can't. It don't roll off the tongue for me. So I'm gonna keep with the word diet. Always get you some stuff that is as close as you can to being natural, bro. Because you out here on that Blue Chew, that shit gonna have you dead to the motherfucker too. That's why I you know what, Lou, you said something that really struck me right there, bro. This is probably why so many damn dudes that's 54, 55 years old that's out of here right now, because they out here ain't did shit about going to the doctor, ain't been checked up since they were goddamn living with their damn mama. They don't know if they got an ailment. They don't know if they shit is fucked up. These niggas, the first thing they do because they shit is limp is go out there and subscribe online with some goddamn Blue Chew or what's the other shit? Viagra. They got all kind of shit. The generic shit. And they ain't seen a doctor or nothing. All right, you gonna go out like Willie Lump Lump. I'm trying to told you already. Better get yourself checked out. And I ain't the best at it. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't the best at it, but I work in the hospital, so I have to make sure that my shit is straight. You know what I'm saying? But y'all need to leave that Blue Chew alone, especially if you in your 30s, man. Leave that damn Blue Chew shit alone, bro. I'm just trying to tell you. Now, if you are 70, 80 years old and the shit just ain't working because you just fucking old, hey, man, handle it. You ain't got nothing but 3-4 Christmases left anyway. Don't worry about it. You're going to be all right, bro. You're going to be all right. That's all I'm saying, bro. Hey, man, we got my man, Marriage, Politics, and Sports in the building. My man, R-Pain. If you guys don't know who the hell R-Pain is, R-Pain, you already know it's coming, right? You already know it's coming. Every time you show your face, every time you come out here, you know what we got to do. We got to give you the proper introduction. If you guys don't know who R-Pain is, I'm going to show you who R-Pain is. Where is it at? Black man, you got so much shit here, man. What the hell? It's a lot of shit. I'm trying to get to it. And it's hard for me to get to it, but you know what? I'm going to find it because R-Pain, you deserve this proper. And this was probably the dopest shit you ever said in your life. Black man, did you get rid of it or is it there? I don't see it. And it's making me mad, bro. Pissing me off. Hold on, y'all. I should have already had it locked, but I didn't know R-Pain was already about to be over here, bro. I didn't know, R-Pain. You got to excuse me, brother. It's just a lot of shit over here. It's a lot of shit on here that I can't see where your shit is. Damn. Oh, well, I'm going to have to come back and get it. Black man, if you back there, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
That is some gangster shit right there. R-Pain, you are something else, my brother. You are something else. All right. I saw somebody back there, but don't worry about it. Oh man. We got Mr. Paul Bennett up in here doing his thing, man. Mr. Bennett, once we find your power, what we gonna call it, y'all? We gonna call it like a what should we call what our pain did? Y'all come up with some ideas of what we should call that. Should we call it like a power quote? I think that's what we gonna call it. I think we'd call it a power quote or some shit like that. But yeah, I think so. I got it lost. I ended up getting it, bro. I ended up getting it. I appreciate it, bro. Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Pookie say, hey, that's why they got that Blue Chew. Because they got, Blue Chew was the other one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Watching too much of that corn. Watching too much of that. It'll mess you up, man. It will mess you up. Yeah. There's a worse way to die. Yeah, I understand that, Trey. It is a worse way to die. There is a worse way to die, but damn it, listen, if you in your 50s, we should not be out here dropping off like we've been dropping off, bro. Trust me, I done had about at least in the past 3 years, close to 10 people that I know that was just in their 50s, man, that just popped off, man. That shit was crazy as hell. We got to do better. So that's one resolution that we need to make, is to have better health. At least start at it, man. At least start at it. Drink water too. I don't think a lot of people they don't drink a lot of water either, bro. They just don't. Man, reckless. Steaming ass. You got to say steaming and willing reckless. That's what it is. Steaming and reckless and willing, not reckless. And reckless. We'll go with that too. Steaming, willing, and reckless. That's what it is, man. That's exactly what it is. But listen, there's another thing that I think the younger generation is going to have to do, man. Y'all going to have to learn how to get some rap, dog. Y'all going to have to learn how to talk to women, bro. Y'all, the men, y'all going to have some game or something, man. Y'all going to have to, you can't be just telling a bitch that you want to fuck her. You ain't going to be able to do that all the time, bro. You going to have to cut that shit the fuck out. You gotta figure it out, bro. And listen, I got another video right here where there's a young lady or an older lady, seasoned, talking to a young, look like he's a Z. He don't look millennial. He looks Z-ish. And she was trying to give him a little game, which I thought that was pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all ain't got no game. I'm talking to you Z's and you late millennials. Y'all ain't got no game. Now the earlier millennials, they still do, because they were still closer to my generation, but y'all ain't got no damn game, man. I don't even understand how these women would even give y'all the time of day with the shit that y'all be doing. Shit is crazy, bro. It's crazy. Now watch this. This is a young lady or an older lady talking to a young man, and she's trying to give him a little bit of game, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this right here.
So how would you greet them?
I'd be like, how you doing today?
Wait a minute. First of all, you need to look them in their eyes.
Ooh, right. Look them in the eyes, okay? So look, be like, how you doing today?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing great. You just made my day better.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's good right there, ain't it?
Very good.
Okay, so then what's the next step? What should I do next?
Okay, so what do you think you want to do next if you're just meeting someone?
If she look good, I want to get the number.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie.
So now, why is looking good the only expectation you have of developing a relationship?
Right. You got a point about that. That's because, like, you know, as a young man, if a girl looks good, we want to get on that. We want to build something with that female.
What does getting on that mean?
That means, messing with her, like.
Messing with her.
Messing
how?
with her, like. Building a relationship with her from talking stage to the...
Well, first of all, you're looking down, like the first thing you want to do is have sex. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not my intentions.
All right, so what does the get on it mean? So how...
None. None whatsoever. You know, it's really crazy because she's a boomer. We already know she's a boomer. She seems a little more sophisticated. And it's weird. It's like two people talking two different languages. You got a boomer talking to a Z. That's definitely a Z. That is not a millennial. He is not a fucking millennial. Millennials have a little more cool. These motherfuckers ain't got nothing. And to hear them talk, it's like Chinese people talking to goddamn, I ain't gonna say African people because they make African people speak Mandarin. So Chinese people Chinese people talking to Russian. They speak Russian too. I should have said that shit. Fuck it, scratch that shit. I don't even have a goddamn analogy. So hey, yeah. Man, let me pull up two of my brothers right here, man. Let me get my man Hassan up in the building. Let me get my man Trey up in the building. What's going on, folks? What's going on to my peoples, boy?
What up, JT? I was about to leave. I was waiting for my ride, so let me hang out with JT for a little bit until my ride gets here.
Until your ride gets here. That's what's up, man. What's going on, Hassan?
Good. How you been?
I've been good.
That's what's up.
I'm doing good. What's going on, Trey? What's popping with you, boy?
What's good with you, JT? Hey, look, in 2024, can we stop asking fish how to fish?
Yeah, you can't ask fish how to fish.
Can we stop asking the fish?
Did you consider the older lady fish?
She was a fish at one point in time. She was out here being somebody trout, somebody largemouth bass at some point in time. But you don't ask her. You don't ask no old woman how to approach in 2024. She don't know nothing.
So that's true. That's true. But they got to start somewhere, man. It's definitely dudes. I've never had a woman to have told me or taught me how to talk to women at all. As a matter of fact, I go the opposite way. It's the same way like with my mom. My mom used to try to play matchmaker. And every time she told me she liked a woman, that's when I never talked to her. I used to be like, oh, my mama like you? Right off the rip? Nope. You have to earn my mother. See, my mother really like a woman when a girl earns her shit. So if my mama be like, yeah, you need to talk to her. She's a nice girl. That's code word for me to leave her ass at the restaurant. Shout out to Hink. Leave me at the motherfucking restaurant, bro. Most definitely. All right.
Wait, JT, did you take over Mandrell's show?
Say it again.
Did you take over Mandrell's show?
It's not Mandrell's show. This is JT kicking in with JT. Didn't you read it? Didn't you see what that had on there? Mandrell gonna have to do Saturday now. That don't worry about it, Mandrell. You be all right. You be cool. No, yeah.
And he gonna lie about it. Listen, ain't nobody coming up to you to find out if you charismatic and funny. That's not why men approach. Ain't nobody ever in the history of manhood ever looked at a woman and said, I wonder if she's a nice person. Yeah. And then went and approached her. That's not how it works. There's always a physical attraction first. Always.
No,
and then you build upon that. She's immediately trying to get him to not be masculine and get out of his manhood immediately. Is that the only reason why you approach? Because you want to have sex? Yes. That is the only reason why I'm approaching at this moment, because I looked at you and I said, I want to have sex with you. I don't know anything else about you. I haven't had the opportunity to get to know you. But at this very moment, the only reason why I'm approaching you is because I want to smash. Why is that so hard for men to admit and for women to understand?
I think it's not for the younger generation, though. I think it's for like my generation and the generation that comes before us, because we had songs that a lot of men had as, we had they wasn't really guides, but it was like a soundtrack to how we really, wanted to get with a woman. So that's what it was. I think it was more hypergamous in those songs than what we see right now. So yeah, you're right. That's why I was just saying it's like two different worlds that it's like a collide. Like the dude just, I want to get on that. She's like, what you mean by get on that? Like, I would know that. You would know what he means. But a boomer they're gonna question him on that, because even when they talk to Generation X, we had a whole different lingo. You know what I'm saying? Than them. But if you had like our pain, our pain is like in the middle of the boomers. So he's, when I was 8, 9 years old, he was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? So it was like he was kind of like at the tail end of that boomer type of thing. So I know I got uncles that I hang out with that's his age. So it was a little bit different with them. They started being in the lingo that we have and all that shit. But yeah, she looked like she was like in her 70s. She was in her 70s, and it was kind of like, but that nigga had no game. You gotta admit that shit though. None. And do you need it though? I gotta ask you that, Trey. Do you actually need game to get a woman nowadays because of how much
a quality woman? Yes. A quality woman? A woman that's about something, that got some substance to her? Yes. You need to have some game. And game necessarily doesn't always mean like risen her up and all that type of stuff. Game means you know how to hold a conversation. You know how to be intriguing to her, to be mysterious to her, to make her want to get to know you. She like I said, if this whole process shouldn't take you any more than 2 minutes. If it takes you more than 2 minutes, you don't know what you're doing. You should be able to put her in a position where she wants to know more about you. So she's interested in you. There's got to be a little level of mystery and intrigue. But if you're getting a chick that's got no substance, she has nothing to offer. Yeah, you can say anything. I told you, I've smashed over steak sandwiches. Like, you could just get them to do anything at that point because there's no substance in them. But women of quality, yeah, you better have a mouthpiece. You better know how to talk.
Yeah.
It's like you said, JT, two different languages, like the old lady and the young guy. So if that guy talked to a girl around his age, maybe a little bit younger, she'd probably understand what he's saying, because the old lady looked confused a little bit.
That's the problem. She ain't gonna tell him the truth though. Lit. She might be silent generation. Now that lady ain't silent generation, bro. She ain't
feeling like a boomer.
He's definitely a boomer. Silent generation. She been out there talking about other shit. She been shaking and shit. She's just been like,
wait.
Well, see, the problem with asking a woman is that women don't give you an objective general answer. They give you the answer of what they want. Yes. So when you're asking her what does a woman want, she's not telling you what women want. She's telling you, this is how I want you to approach me. So you have a younger man talking to an older woman. She's thinking, how would I want this younger man to approach me? And not should this younger man approach women of today's age.
Yeah, read that right there, Trey.
No, thank you.
Love said these new women want to know if you can get them in a new pack of hair on the first date. They actually, this is my thing, and I'm genuinely asking this shit. Is this some social media shit or is this some real shit? Is these girls that damn bold where they be asking dudes to get their nails done, get their hair done? Is it that doggone like, and they don't even know this dude? It's like a stranger. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, if you come off like a sucker, JT, yes, she gonna play you. If you come off that way on the approach and she think that she can get hair and nails out of you, she gonna get hair and nails out of you. Yeah. And if you come off a different way where she can immediately know, she's like, nah, that's not gonna work on him. She won't try you. Again, the difference between quality and substance, you know what I mean, versus just these other women out here.
Yeah.
Most of it is social media.
Black Man Unfiltered says Shushu and Mandrell will be back in a couple of weeks. No doubt.
Yeah, but what time slot though?
What time slot? What we talking about here? Lost
Hey, look, the Black Man Network getting crowded, ain't it? We got a lot of personalities going on. It's getting crowded up in here.
There's shit going on over here. The new Hollywood, the new YouTube Hollywood.
Look, y'all got a Monday show, a Tuesday show, a Wednesday show, Thursday, and a Saturday.
And
The old girl got a Saturday show, right? It's getting.
Yeah, she's still doing. I think she's still doing it. I'm not sure if she's still doing it. I don't know if she's doing it after the, because at the end of the year, we kind of like slowed a little bit down. No, but we did mostly. I think I was the only one that didn't not last week. The week before, I was the only one that didn't show. Everybody else showed. So I don't know. I think
ain't just the same problem Motown had. They had too much talent, didn't they? You couldn't write for everybody, right? You can't write for everybody.
Was going through it, wasn't they?
Wait, so Sunday's your day off? Everybody's day off Sunday?
Yeah, yep. I mean, no, if we got some talent that want to do it, because Sundays is one of those rocking days too, bro. In the afternoon, Sundays and all the way up until nighttime, bro. Sundays be rocking on YouTube. YouTube be rocking on Sundays, no doubt. Lost in Translation said it's hard for old heads to realize that people just smashing these days. It is, man. It's a little. I understand that people are doing it. I understand, but I think that it's the work you don't need to put any work in anymore, man.
JT, earlier you said social
and some weed. You need some $40 and some weed, bro. You good. What'd you say, Hassan?
I said earlier you said social media. I was on a panel. You know how the talk in these spaces is affecting in real life. People literally taking all this nonsense and it's happening in real life. So yeah, it's social media and now it's happening in real life.
Yeah. Lost in Translation say our fans generation was sniffing powder off each other in Studio 54. Facts. Cocaine was a hell of a drug back then. That's when it was pure and everybody was doing it. Everybody's eyes was beady. Everybody had dilated pupils, bro. Hey, man, let me welcome my homeboy, the other Trey. What's going on with you, partner? What's going on?
How you doing, man? See, when you say it like Trey Ferg, then you got that rhythm to it. So you got Trey, because he's that uncle that's gonna come in and bang your head right. This is Trey Ferg. I'm gonna smooth it out for him. So that's how you gotta do it.
That's right.
I see you rocking, man. Happy New Year, man, to everybody.
Happy New Year. Hey, bro. JT, hopefully you be on later, but I got to bounce. Trey, Happy New Year. Salute to you. Till next time.
Hey, man, thank you, man. And I appreciate you too, bro. Most definitely. I appreciate you, bro. All right, brother. What's going on, Trey, man? What's happening with you?
Hey, man, it's a lot going on with me, man. But, I heard you talking about, health, taking care of your health, man. Yeah, man. I got problems from head to toe, man. And I get my checkups. I make sure I go virtually, in person. I try to get all my appointments taken care of because I want to go into my 70s, not even need no pills, man. Just roll over and get that eye pain, work out in every chance I get. I hope brothers can do that too, man. It's a lot of things going on, man. So Trey got a big year coming up, and hopefully he can get in that rim. I know JT, you talked about it too. So hopefully y'all can get on that team, man, and then you ain't got to worry about no pill, man. Just a nice old home cooked meal to get your strength all you need. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no doubt. But man, it's hard out here for a pimp. I ain't gonna even lie. It is hard.
Yeah.
When I talked to Trey, and we get to talking, he can't trigger me because I get it. I'm still out here in these games. I mean, in this sport, man, this dating sport. So it's kind of like the women that I'm meeting. It's like, how long you gonna last? You know what I'm saying? I have an 8-month plan. An 8-month plan, bro. Most of them don't make it to 6. Most of them do not make it to 6. And I'm talking about, this is not a brother that's out here in these streets, that's out here playing the field, trying to, you know, juggle women and all that shit. No, I'm solid. I'm that middle-aged dude to go to work, still take care of his body, still have fun. I'm out here, I'm active. You dig what I'm saying? When I'm in a relationship, I'm in a relationship. And when the relationship ends, I don't be like I was in my 30s and my 20s. If you leave, understand, I got 24 hours to make it hurt. It's gonna burn for 24 hours, and it's over. We don't sulk in nothing. It's gonna burn for 24 hours, man, and on to the next one. That's what we doing. I ain't got a lot of Christmases, bro. So I'm gonna live life like I supposed to live life. You dig what I'm saying? But that's why we have to live it. But again, health wise, you got to keep your health, because the first thing that I've noticed that brothers, the first thing that go is the willy limp. That's what happens. It goes in one, and I'm talking about, I know brothers, especially when you on heart medicine, when you on you got high blood pressure and all kind of other shit, your kidneys, all this shit, man. I got family members, I got homeboys, and you know, when we talking about their health part, man, these dudes is out here trying to live now. I got a couple of cousins right now, both of them on dialysis, bro. And they younger than me. And it wasn't like they was just out here in these streets. You know, I had uncles and aunties and I had cousins and you know, that was on drugs. And you see when they got in their 60s, man, you see what those drugs did to them, because they were really just trying to live. But I got, at least they were in their 60s. I got cousins right now, man, 40 something, dialysis. You know, probably drinking too much or whatever. Heart problem, stressed out.
I mean, you're right, man. You're right. I think this is gonna be a crucial adjustment for us. This is a great time for young brothers, man. You know, everybody from 21 to 45, 50, man, just readjust a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Work on getting their physical self together. You see, we trying to work on the mental capacity of it because we having conversations, but it's like this is that second season, you know, of these hard conversations, because a lot of things been happening over the last year. It's been about women and relationships. So this is a great time to focus on self, especially as a young man, Get your prostates checked out when that time comes, man, because you don't want to have none of that. Eat healthier, drink more water, get a little exercise, man. I know Trey at the gym every day, so he look like he can bench about 250 at least. You know, you take one of them little youngsters. Just like, you know, you got to do things right going into this year.
Trey made it a habit. It's a part of his livelihood. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things I learned. And when you change it, this is what we talk about, this resolution and shit like that. Damn, waiting till the beginning of the year. I mean, if that's going to be your motivation, by God, do that. But man, you can start any time of the year. And one of the things I learned was that in order for us to make a change, we have to implement it into our life. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a part of everything that we're doing. It has to be beyond a routine. This shit has to be like breathing. Nope, I'm going here, and everything else will be around it. I still got to go. Like, I know Trey, he in the gym, he working out. It's not really hard once you start doing some shit where you just try to. First and foremost, you want to be healthy. I know a couple of cats that got on that treadmill, man, and died. You know what I'm saying? So they went on there trying to do 4 miles or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what? You know what the interesting thing is? When you make things a habit, you do them, I guess, unconsciously. There are times where I don't realize that I'm on my way to the gym until I'm pulling up in the parking lot. It's become such a routine and such a habit for me that my body just knows go pack your bag. You know what I mean? Go get dressed, get ready. We look at the clock. You know, I look at the clock and I just start heading to the gym. And then I get to the gym like, oh, I am at the gym to work out. It's become such a habit. I just do it. I don't even think about it. I think when you make good habits a part of your life, eating well isn't really that hard if you just make it a habit. It just becomes a thing. It becomes easy to turn down candy. It becomes easy to turn down cookies and chips and all that stuff because you just don't do it. It's you don't have to think about it so much. I think a lot of us are struggling. Sugar is a drug. I don't care what anybody says. It's got a hold over a lot of us. I'm included. I got a cookie right here I'm getting ready to crush. You know what I mean? It's got a hold over a lot of us, right? But I think the overarching theme for 2024 and going forward is that a small improvement daily will get us to the goal. It doesn't have to happen overnight. I think there's still, even now, people think that if I got to make an immediate change, it has to happen within 7 days. That's just not how the world works, not how anything works. It takes time, but if you do a little bit over time, you will get better. I say the same thing about women when they have after they have a kid. Nobody's telling you got to drop all this weight within the first 6 months. Just give me 1 pound per month. Just lose 1 pound per month. And by the time your child is walking, you'll be down 20 pounds.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's literally that small. We have to start thinking that way instead of thinking, oh, I got to get all this done. Oh man, I got to make $1 million tomorrow. No, you don't. How about you just save what extra money you do have and invest it, and we just do it little by little by little. And eventually what will happen is a snowball effect. It will get bigger and bigger as it goes downhill. But we have to create good habits. They have to be great habits to the point where it's just, we don't even think about it. It's just in our head. We just do them because it's become muscle memory. Me coming to the gym is almost muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. It's like anything in the world. Like I go to work, man. It's like, I ain't gonna even lie, dog. If I take too many days off, if I'm not out of the state or out of the country, I'm like, I might as well go and take my ass back to work then. It's because, for one, I have a job that I actually enjoy. I got people at my job that I actually enjoy. And I've been there for so goddamn long where I'm like, damn, it's crazy. And I've made strides. I think that's why I like the job, because I've made so many strides in that field. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to pay, when it comes down to, just having a great atmosphere that I go. The hardest part of me of working is driving to work. Once I'm there, it's over with. I don't look at the clock. I don't do anything, especially because of the job that I have. And then I be on this motherfucker looking at all kind of shit, creating shows and shit, and getting ideas for YouTube shows and shit like that, because I've been doing that job for so long where, it's just like that. I ain't gotten really no boss around me. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. And it's, I'm working with people that actually I can identify with, veterans. You know what I'm saying? So when you're working out, it's kind of like the same thing. You create your environment, man. It's like, remember, you go to the gym, man, sometimes the motivation might be just looking at beautiful ass women. You know what I'm saying? The motivation could be they got TVs and shit. You get on that treadmill, man. You be amazed at how much work you would get done in that gym if you actually sit back and make it that math, that muscle memory. It's just going, you're just going to keep going, man. It's a great environment.
But Trey, I want to ask you this question in reference to your, you going to the gym. Just saying early on, do you think? And I'm also going to speak this to guys who may be single, just going to work, ain't really got no life outside of just going to work, going home. Do you think that some of your reasons for going to the gym when you were younger or just staying in shape was due to some frustrations, like working off that energy that you need to burn just to, because I know that's always been, I heard some people use that to sort of release that negative energy. They go to the gym, get good workouts in. So I just want to know.
Look, I can show you pictures, Trey, of me when I'm in the best shape. And it's always how you knew I was coming off of a breakup, because I was in I was in the best shape of my life, because I either just dumped a girl or I just got dumped, right? And you got all that pent up frustration, anger, and let's keep it 100, sexual frustration as well, right? And you going in the gym and you're working out, and I probably am a lot more focused then, right? Because you have a motivation. But for me, a lot of it is this habit was ingrained in me when I was younger, right? I started working out when I was a teenager, right? When you were playing basketball, we'd have weightlifting days, or you play football. You play football, you definitely had weightlifting days, right? You had days you had to get in the gym. So this habit happened young. Obviously, the military helped it. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about getting your workout in the military. So that helped keep it alive. And I gotta be honest with you. You just look better in your clothes. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just look better in your clothes. I tell people all the time, you could literally grab clothes off the rack, take them to a seamstress or a tailor, and if you're in shape, nobody would know. Nobody would know that you got that shirt off the rack unless they happen to have the same shirt. There are clothes that I've worn that my whole outfit might have cost $40 tops. And nobody would have known because I took it to get tailored and I was in shape, so it fit me well. In 2024 and moving forward, the health thing has got to be taken seriously. It has to be taken seriously to the point where you have the real exercise is not in the gym. That's not the exercise. It's the mental exercise of actually what you're eating. That's the exercise. That's the real challenge, the real struggle. I'm not going to the gym. You really only need to go to the gym 3 times a week. You'll be fine. You really will be fine 3 times a week. But the struggle is what are you eating 3 times a day? That's the struggle. We're talking about over 1,000 meals a year. What are you actually eating? That's important. I want the fellas to really take some time and really, like I said, I'm getting ready to crush some cookies. But it's only about to last about another week or two, and because I got to start getting ready for the summer. I'm going to be on somebody beach here soon. You know what I mean? So, but we got to start taking what we eat seriously, and that's, I think that's the issue. This processed food, we got to get out of that.
Yeah, yes, sir. Hear that, ladies?
That's why I have my mom living with me now, and it's funny because she cooks. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole different ball game when you have, mom is here. She gonna cook and she gonna do. It's like, damn, this shit. It's been so long. I'll be like, damn, I forgot about this right here. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, JT, let me ask you this, because when my mom was around, she cooks too, right? But then I would tell her like, hey, I can't eat that, or I'm not, I'm not gonna eat that. Don't cook that because I'm not gonna eat it. And she took offense to it, like you know what I mean? Yeah, because one of her ways of displaying her love is cooking for her family. So she cooks all the time. So telling her to not cook, it was like, what do you mean? I'm trying to show you that I love you. You don't want my love? It's like, I do, but I want you to cook grilled chicken or oven roasted chicken instead of frying it. You know what I mean? I want you to do these things instead. So we've been trying to change.
Do that.
Okay.
She would do it, but she does. It does get to, because it's just certain things that she eat, and I'll be like, yeah, I don't eat it. The only thing is that I've always been like that as a kid. I was always finicky when it came down to food. My mom, I was one of those kids that I sit at the table for 2 hours, dog, because I was not about to eat them damn peas. I'm just not gonna do it. I don't know what you're gonna do. No cake. All right, I didn't want no cake anyway. Shit, it's got a candy bar.
I grew up with my mom like y'all. My mother cooked at least, and she was cooking for us. 6 kids in the home, my dad and herself, and we had a home cooked meal at least 5 days a week. She never cooked on Friday. She used to let us know, I ain't cooking on Friday. You're gonna go out to eat. I'm gonna give you a couple of dollars. Especially when I was before my teen, before I was 14. But my mama cooked pretty much every day. And when I was, out here in this dating scene world, one of my biggest questions was like, can you cook? Okay, are you willing to learn if you don't know how? And if you can, I need that home cooked meal. That's what's gonna keep me coming to you. If not, and some women be like, no, okay, well then I already know that we ain't working, because I'm not going out to eat every day after I get off work. I'm not doing all that. I'm going to the gym and I need something steaming in the crock pot by the time I get off at 6, 5, 6 o'clock, and I need you to be able to have a warm cooked meal. That was just me. And believe me, I got lucky, and boy, she can cook everything from, she from curry goat to oxtails to homemade everything. And
it's a trip. It's a trip.
I hope y'all do find it. That's a big thing. And most men, we learn how to cook for ourselves anyway.
I was just about to say that. When you in this dating field right here, this is the thing. I'm telling you, sometimes women just don't know how to take me, bro. I can cook my ass off. I don't care what it is, on a grill, on a stove. I can bake. You know what I'm saying? I give me a damn wok. I got it too. Benny Hannes ain't got shit on me, bro. I go, what the fuck we talking about? You know what it comes down to? Because I know how to follow directions. That's all it is, man.
Most men do.
I got cousins, boy cousins. That's all we've been doing ever since we all been grown. We always, stealing each other's recipes and you know what I'm saying? And now we on that health kick type of shit, man, where we start talking about, different things. Like we get lean meat, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's going to be, I'm not a real, I don't eat red meat a whole lot because I like steak, right? So I don't eat red meat a whole lot. I eat fish and chicken more than anything else. But when I do eat it, I like to, you know what I'm saying? I like to get lean. I like Wagyu meat now. And that, man, once I started fucking with Wagyu steaks, I was like, I can't.
You rich, JT?
That ain't.
Yeah.
No, I just learned how to put my money in certain places. That's all that is.
He said, give me the Wagyu.
And I was hooked ever since then. I was like, damn, Wagyu, kosher meat, all kind of shit. I was just like, damn, it tastes better. And I like to feel better after I eat, right? That's why the time that you eat, it really matters because, have you ever, I remember being young, man. I remember I eat at night, and I'm from Detroit. If anybody know anything about Detroit, we got Coney Island. We used to have all these doggone restaurants that stayed open 24/7. They don't no more because they got tired of getting robbed. But you go to Coney Island, man, you can get Coney Island, I think, man, especially depending on how hood it is, the hooder it is, the better the food is. I don't know what it is, but them motherfuckers will cook you anything. And you eating after you come from the club. You already done got drink in your system. And then you got some damn red meat or chicken wings or, chili dogs and chili fries with all kind of shit. Man, let me tell you something. A lot of people thought they was hungover because of the alcohol. No, your ass was hungover because of all that shit you had on you. And then you don't flush out your system. So you got that shit just sitting in your stomach like crazy. And then next thing you know, you feeling bad. When I look, like I stay in the Metro Detroit area. I don't stay in Detroit, but if I go in certain hoods, man, I swear to God, everybody in Detroit got the same limp. Like if they're on the east side and they're in a certain neighborhood, they all go to the same liquor store. They all got the same limp. They all do the same thing because they all ordering the same shit. So they go to the liquor store. Everybody getting that same cheap ass liquor. They all getting Newports. That's funny. All the Newport smokers are dying, right? Or they just quit smoking. Now everything is about what? Breeze, all these damn these goddamn vapes. They've changed from, unless you are a Z, not a Z, but an X or a boomer, you ain't gonna see no millennials and Z's smoking damn Newports. And if they did, that means everybody in their family did. But these motherfuckers now is into vapes. And when you see how everybody is, it's like they all got the same fucking walk, the same limp, the same ailments. I hate being around people and they all coughing and sniffling. That's telling me, I'm like, man, y'all got so much goddamn mucus in you. You just be like, when you get a little more health conscious, you be like, oh, why is everybody sniffing? Why is everybody coughing? You're like, damn. What the hell is going on? And it's because that's why when you see a bunch of fat people, they talk about it's hereditary. Nope. It's because all y'all eating the same shit, drinking the same shit at the same time. All this shit is going on. Hey, man, got my man in the back. Y'all already know what it is. We got Mr. What's going on with your R-Pain, man?
Yeah, I was just getting ready to get off because you started talking about people coughing and have mucus. So I said, you don't want me up here and shit. Yeah.
Long as you have sickness. Long as you have strong sickness.
Nah,
I'm
man,
talking
you know.
about it be in the summertime, Pain. It be in the summertime, man. And
I know
you
what you guys talk about. Y'all started talking about cooking, man. So I had to get up here because I gotta be some kind of an amateur chef, man. I can throw down, man. Forget about it. I cook my ass off.
What's your best dish, man? What is something that you be like, I'm about everybody to get out the kitchen, move out the damn way. I'm about to show you how.
Listen, I made a seafood lasagna with a white sauce, right? Had crab, shrimp, and lobster in it with a white sauce. And I seasoned my regatta cheese. And then I had like 3 or 4 different cheeses on it. That shit must have weighed like, I don't know, 10 pounds. This shit cost me $200 to make. You know, and I tell you, people was like signing up, man. So can I get a piece of that? Because I put it on Facebook, man. Everybody said, man, how come you ain't invite me over? Blah, blah, blah. I don't even know who you are, goddamn it. You know, so I can tell you, you name it, man. Salmon. I got a formula for all my meat and fish, right? And one of the things, maybe I shouldn't tell y'all my secrets because I might sell them one day. But any kind of stuff I bake or smoke, I always cut up some onions and fresh garlic and layer it on the pan at the bottom, and I put anything on top of that. And you know, the juices, man, you could make gravy, you could take it, and you could put it in a soup, especially if you smoke it. Man, I smoked the turkey. And we pretty much ate every piece of the damn thing because after it was done, the carcass, the bones, we put it in like a soup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I just do. You know, listen. If you look like me when I was younger, I used to get the college girls and bring them to the place, and I cook some food. I can make chicken gizzards taste like a gourmet meal. What?
Let me tell all the single men out there something. You save yourself a lot of money by cooking for them. Yeah. You invite her over to the crib, you clean your crib, or hire somebody to come over and clean your crib.
Especially the bathroom.
Good, light some candles. Put your lights down low. Put some nice music on. Cook for her. I'm telling you, it'll save you a ton of money, and she'll like it. I've done that. That's been my go-to. Oh, are you gonna take me out? No, but you can come through. I'm getting ready to make this garlic butter sauce and put these snow crabs on. You want some of that? You snow crabs? Oh, you making it? Hey, I'm about to put this fillet. This salmon fillet on the grill out back. You want to come through? Yeah, I'm on the way. I'm just saying, fellas, it's a little bit of a hack. It's a little bit of a hack.
It's a lot of a
hack. Hey, JT, I got another one. You can also break the touch barrier doing this. You bring her in the kitchen with you and say, hey, you want to help me out with this? Come help me out with this. Let's cook this together. Right now, you in there, you chopping it up. Maybe you have her chop up your tomatoes. Maybe you have her chop up your onions. Maybe you have her chop up. You turn her into the sous chef. Now y'all in the kitchen talking. Listen, there's all kinds of way to get this thing done. Me personally, I try to.
If she like mine, then you know. Hey, look, wait. Now, if she like that Civil bullshit, you got to put her up on some real game. This man. Trey just said some shit, man. Where listen. I learned that at 16, bro. I learned at 16. I didn't have to be taking a girl out like that. My mom was like, why not invite her? And it was me and my cousin. She said, why not invite her and her friend over and y'all cook for them?
Yes, sir.
Dope as hell because listen, it's way better than taking her to a damn restaurant. You know why? Just like what Trey was saying, they in the kitchen, we chopping it up, we got the music playing, we got all kind of other shit going on. We asking each other all kind of questions, or we just joking with each other. It's a whole different type of thing. And when she can see that, for one, if you are a cooker, see, that's how I know R-Pain, he be out there rocking, because the shit he talking about, man, you need utensils. You need some real utensils. You can't be out here well,
Hey, JT, them not utensils. He got tools. He got tools out there.
I already know, but he was just talking about, man, come on, a seafood lasagna. Boy, we
and guess what? And guess what? Here's the beauty of what our pain and even Trey was talking about. We're not using cookbooks, ladies. We're using those skills that we have.
Right. Oh, yeah.
We're not going to that book. We seen it, we did it, and it worked, and we're gonna keep doing it. Now,
let me give you the last one that I just did though. I sent her a picture of a recipe and said, "What you think? You think we can recreate this?" That was our first date. I sent her a picture. It was a honey bourbon glazed salmon and some potatoes and something else. Now, I've already done it. I already knew how to do it, but I was trying to get in her. So I'm like, hey, I sent it to her. Hey, I texted her, you think we can recreate this? She FaceTimed me and said, I'm free Friday. We should definitely do it.
That's because you made a
I'm trying to tell y'all, fellas, there's a whole, I'm talking to the single guys out there. There's a whole kind of a million ways to get a woman around you without having to take her and spend $400 on a dinner date.
That's right.
A ton of ways to do this. My next thing, I just picked up some rollerblades. That was my gift to myself for my birthday. I just picked up some rollerblades. That's what I'm gonna be doing this spring and this summer.
Man, get it in, bro. Get it in. I'm about to get rid of this damn mongoose bike and get me a lighter goddamn bike. This damn mongoose, man, it's goddamn too damn heavy. I be going up hills and shit. I'm saying, man, I need to get me a little bit. I might not get a Kennedale. I ain't got that type of money yet, but I got to get me something a little more lighter than a mongoose. Mongoose is not bad, but when you start going up mountains and hills and shit like that, that is not the bike that you need. And rollerblading is another thing. We do roller skating here in Detroit. Wait, you in DC, ain't you? Trey? I already know. They do there. They Baltimore, DC, Chicago.
Hey, JT, let me tell you how I get that kiss. So you bring her in, right? You say, I need you to taste this. Taste this. So you got your spoon.
You got the spoon, baby.
You got your spoon. You say, hey, come taste this. I want to make sure it tastes good. You give her a little sample of it. You say, oh, it's dripping right there on your lip. Let me get that for you. It's a wrap. It's done.
Hey, Lou said this is how you get the kitty steaming. He started. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right.
So Trey, Trey, you're giving it. Let me get these right here. Come on, man.
Let me get it out here.
I'm sorry.
With it. Lost in translation say you wrap the apron around her. Absolutely. Goddamn black man say our pain will cook for that ass. For that ass and eat that ass.
Goddamn ass. Just like you got it.
You nasty old man. You dirty old man.
Hey, take heed to the message, man. I love that you here, sister. Most definitely. Lost in translation also say pour a little wine.
So how much we gonna charge these guys out there for giving them all this game, man? Because all these young guys, I don't even know if they know how to cook, man.
Man, based on that last video, they need it. We need to be giving up the need it for free. They can't afford it. Because let me tell you something. I typically practice my game on older women. Like if I see an older woman, like when I'm in the Panera Bread, this is older lady. She's like 80-something years old. Right. And she always come up to me when she see me in there and she'll just start talking to me. And I be running game. Practice. It's practice.
Yes.
Trey, you stole some baby boomer secrets. You stole some of our pain secrets. Is what you said.
I told you I was raised by my great uncles and my uncles. I'm talking about great uncles that had the tobacco in the pipe that would sit out on the back porch and smoke a pipe. I mean, they was never. The one thing they always taught me about women is you're going to lose, so get over it.
That's right.
Like once they got that ingrained in my head, listen, you're not going to win. Then my great uncle Roger, he would always say. He would smoke his pipe. He'd go, "You only take one. You only need one." He used to say that to me all the time. You only need one. You only take one. I've been married for 45 years and I only needed one.
That's
it.
It.
Big shout out to my girl. Tough Topic Podcast. Wait, is this the guys show. This is a community show. You can come up here if you want to. Tough Topics. We had a link right there. I don't know if anybody right there. I'll put the link in the chat again. If you want to come up here.
Yeah, tell her come on up here. We need some fish up here.
Oh man.
Oh man. Come on.
Got a bunch of fishermen up here. We need a fish.
Oh man, that's funny.
Lou said, Trey, don't age discriminate. I don't need to come up if so. LOL. No, come on. You can come on up here. Most definitely. Look at that. Lost this. He put the link right in there. You can definitely come up here. Most definitely. All right, y'all. Listen. I want to put another one out, man, because we're talking about delusional. It's a lot of shit that be crazy as hell up here. Oh, my girl is up here. Hold on. I didn't even see her back there. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. How you doing?
How you doing?
How's everyone doing?
Fine. How are you?
I'm good. Can you guys bring me up to speed on what you guys been talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you real quick. Did your man cook for you?
No, I cooked for him tonight.
No, not tonight. I'm saying when y'all first got started, did he cook for you?
Did he or does he?
Either or.
Either one. Either one.
Cook for you?
Actually, believe it or not, this morning he cooked me breakfast.
There you go. That's what we were talking about, cooking for the ladies.
Oh,
Guys
okay.
cooking for the ladies. Yeah, that's where you came in on.
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not very often though. I think it's just because he doesn't feel that comfortable in the kitchen. But he will make sure to feed me. Like if I'm hungry and I don't really feel like cooking, he gonna order something.
Oh, youngster.
When y'all was first dating, would it have been okay if one of the dates, or if the first date, maybe not the first date, but if one of the dates had been, and you got comfortable with you to go over to a spot for him to cook for you, would you been okay with that?
Oh, yes, because I've noticed whenever men can cook, they usually can really throw down. So I've always really liked whenever a guy could cook me a meal because they be having some tricks to the trade. So that would have been cool. A nice little glass of wine with some dinner. That would have been fine.
So that's what we were talking about. We talked about little tricks to the trade about men having game. And one of the things I was saying to him was, this is a little bit of a hack. If you get the woman to be comfortable with you, you get your house clean, you clean your house up, you light some candles, you set the mood, put the music on, and you cook for her. Save you a bunch of money, and it's a little bit more romantic. It's a quiet space. You're not out amongst the people, and it's loud. And so this was fishermen talking. We needed a fish to. So you just confirmed it. That's all.
So with Trey, when you say you clean the house, you do, but you got to make sure the bathroom's clean. Yeah, you gotta make sure that damn bathroom's clean, man.
Well, that's why I always say, R-Pain, if you're not good at cleaning your own house, if you got a lady coming over, just hire somebody and have them let them clean. Yeah. Just hire somebody and let them clean the house. If you're not good, you should be good at cleaning your own home, bathroom included. But if you are not, hire somebody, have them come over and clean it.
Miss Tough Topics, I have a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
Based off this topics and the women that you know that you may work with or in your life, do you think that they would accept a gesture like that when they have gotten to a point where they could feel a little comfortable with a guy, accept the guy? Because they already got this list where they don't want to eat at. So you think they would accept a brother trying to show his area of some type, it's a form of affection by cooking her a nice little candlelit salmon or whatever, baked chicken meal? You think they would accept it?
Actually, I really do think that at least the women that I know, first of all, I don't have a whole lot of female friends because, we kind of live in a society today that breeds really kind of contentious females. So, I kind of got my little small tribe, but I definitely think that the women that I know, they would love that and they would think it was really cool and unique because it doesn't happen all that often. So I think they would like it.
Oh, okay. Just curious. I think most guys, a lot of guys that are single have developed, there may not be chefs in the kitchen, but they can cook a nice little meal to at least someone else can eat it. It is eatable by other people, I would think. So I think that'll be a different avenue, especially as far as the dating scene, because everybody's trying to spend all this money on a little carry-out doggy bag. But I think that could benefit men, and women just have to be receptive of it. So.
Yeah, I'm curious. Why did Lost in Translation say? Why did he say, "Fellas, don't be quiet now"? Why? What did y'all have some sort of disagreement? Like, as far as y'all didn't think that women would like that or something?
No, I don't know. I was reading that too. I don't know exactly what he meant by that, but no, we were all agreeing. We were all agreeing on it. We were all agreeing in agreement that, to me, it's a hack. You know, you can get a pack of chicken and some potatoes and go to work.
Some wings. Get some wings.
And that's, you know, that's $20, maybe $30 if you know what you're doing. And she'll never know. She's more enamored with the fact that you cook for her, that you set the mood and the ambiance, the atmosphere, right? That your bathroom was clean and your house is neat. She's more worried about that than, oh, I didn't get to order the ribeye or the porterhouse at this fancy restaurant. You know what I mean? And I think, honestly, we were talking earlier about women with substance and quality versus the other types of women. I think a woman of substance and quality would prefer that, honestly. I think she would prefer to see a man in the kitchen cooking for her and showcasing his ability.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I actually was just talking. I just left my own podcast when I was doing my live show, and I was saying that I thought that like, just to switch gears for a second, if you're not going to cook and you would like to take her out to dinner, I was telling the ladies, just always let the man just choose the place. That way, you know, he knows and you know that he's going somewhere that he feels comfortable to go to spend money. Like, if you suggest some place and maybe he doesn't want to let you down, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he wants to say yes, but it might be kind of out of the comfort for that month or something. Whereas if he says, okay, I'd like to take you to dinner, and you say yes, and he's like, hey, how's about Cheesecake Factory, like everyone talks about? And of course, hopefully you'll say yes, like a logical person. And then that way everybody's cool. He already knows about how much money he's going to spend. It doesn't have to be a thing where he's feeling like this date he can't even enjoy it because all he going to be doing is thinking about the bill at the end. So
Yeah, I never had that problem. No, because I never let anybody.
That's because the meals was $6 back in your day.
No, you know, $6. It's all relative. It was $6, but if I only had 7, we were going where I wanted to go. You know, it's as simple as that. Where we didn't go. You know,
if I only had 7 or pain, we weren't going out.
Yeah, but I always managed, man. I always had a budget for the ladies, man. Always had a budget.
You know what? That's another thing I wanted to bring up. I don't think that a lot of women, especially in today, understand that as a single man, I have to have a dating budget. There's a certain amount of money I have to allocate per month just to go out on dates with women. I don't think women take that into account. I don't think they think about that. I think that they think that a lot of women truly think that money literally is falling from the trees and we just scoop it up on our way home and we take it home with us. No, a lot of men out here, especially those who are making the average salary, they have to allocate a certain amount of money every month just to be able to take your ass out to eat.
So Trey, when did you do that? Trey, when did you do that? Trey, when did you come up with that? Because I was a teenager when I came up with that. You know, when I was in college, I said, man, this girl can get, this is my budget for the month. This one may be worth half of it. This one only a quarter. That one, none of it. You know, that kind of stuff. And because I didn't have money to throw, but a lot of men, just like you said, a lot of men don't talk about, if you're going to be on a dating scene, it's got to be part of your budget, just like anything else. Like light bill, this bill. And once the money's going, yeah, maybe the dates are over for that month until you get some more. You know? So
I learned it very young.
Yeah.
I learned it the first time that I went to the ice cream truck. I didn't even tell you her name was Caprice. I remember. And I realized that she wanted some ice cream too, and she was not willing to share the ice cream that I got. Because my thing was, we could just share it. And she was like, nah, I want my own. So you start looking at your pockets and you're like, mama didn't give me enough money for the both of us. That's when it hit me. I was like, oh, I got to have enough money for me and for her. And ever since then, growing up, it was always understand you need to have money. Not necessarily to lead with money, but women want to go out and do things. That is always been that way. Even when I was in high school, they
Yes,
want to
we
go out.
do.
They want to, you want to go out and go do things. Even when you were in high school, you want to go out to the movies, you want to go out to the mall, you want to whatever, and then it elevates from there as you get older. So you have to have some money. I just find it quite interesting that I think that there's a certain contingency of women who don't understand that men are literally, there's a line on their budget that says for dating, they have to put this money aside for dating, because otherwise they would be like our pain, $6 date with $7 in their pocket.
Yeah, because back then I'm without pain, because even when in the 80s as a teenager, it wasn't so much about the place that we went to and how much money we would spend. It was about the company that was being kept. You know what I'm saying? It was just a different style of dating back then, because even the women would want to take you out and to get to know you when I was in high school. So I used to figure out, okay, I got a date on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And they would be sort of like, hey, I like you style, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I like to do what I like to do. But, today I can see where it's sort of, it's crazy, because women are only focused on going somewhere where you're going to spend some money. They can care less too much of what you're talking
Not
about.
all of them. Not all of them.
Well, the most of them.
Well, it depends on what you want.
The wives are not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is the thing, though. You have to. This is how I looked at it anyway. Entertainment is a part of my brand. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have fun. Like I said, you get a sneak peek, and this probably was on yesterday's show or something. You get a sneak peek of what you can have for the rest of your life for me. You know what I'm saying? Now the entertainment part, I don't know. You're gonna have to start dealing with all that shit, because I runs out once we done been married for 10, 20 years. It is not going to be the same way on how I got your ass. That's just what it is. But when it comes down to women, I look at it as you have to be able to entertain them. Period. That's just what it is. It is not like hanging with your homeboys. It's a different type of thing. So my brand that I'm selling, because when you dating, you're selling a brand. Conversation. Great conversation. I can talk my ass off, but I'm a listener also. But when it comes down to entertainment, what is it that I like to do, right? And I ask her, what is it that you like to do? And she tell me certain things that she likes to do. Okay, we're gonna see what that's all about, because I want to know what you like to do too. Now, if you out here talking about going on a goddamn cruise and we just now starting a date, no, that's with my woman. I do that with my woman that's going to be my wife. Reason being, the cruise can start out cheap. You can get cruises for cheap, but that shit it's like goddamn Spirit. When you start doing drinks, what they got, the drink package, you got gold package and all these different things. By the time you finish paying for that shit, you done spent about $7,000-8,000 if you on one of those cruises. You have
gentlemen, may I please say something?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Though I'm being very sweet tonight, and I'm usually very sweet. Trey and Mr. Payne.
Yes, ma'am.
The last time that I was acquainted with the two of you, there were some issues, and so I would like to address them and let you all know that we will not be ganging up on J-Mac ever again on the podcast.
We ganged up on you?
Oh yes. Oh yes, you did.
You did. I don't remember. I swear.
But no. What did I do? Hey, J-Mac, can I ask you a question?
Let's tell her what she did. We did first.
Okay, so to answer our Payne's question, so the issue was the last time I was on BMU and you guys were talking about, though I don't even think that was a topic, but we ended up talking about the whole passport bros thing, and it got a little emotional and heated, and I'm just saying we just cannot do that again.
With you, I mean, what was the heated part? Oh, you didn't like the passport bro.
Well, I was just saying that I do think that a good bit of their talking points are a little disingenuous. And I think you went on to say how there was some young man that you were sponsoring or giving some sort of mentorship to, and you said that, you know, you were just encouraging him to travel the world or something. And of
But he's
course,
doing that himself. But
right, I would never discourage a black man from being abroad and learning about new cultures and traveling and being well traveled.
right.
So that's not what I was
I didn't
saying.
think I was
Then.
giving you smoke about it because, you know, maybe, you know, sometimes it's an interpretation thing. So maybe you took it that way. There was no smoke for me to
Hey,
give.
you scared? You scared of her pain or something?
No, I'm just telling
Scared
her
her?
the truth. I'm telling her the truth. I didn't look at
He's
it that
not
way.
scared. He's just saying.
I
Listen,
just didn't look at it that way.
she can backpedal now all she wants to, but that's not what she initially said when she first made the comment about Passport Bros. She said it in a way that she had an issue with the Passport Bros, and then she cleaned it up. So I want to ask you, J Mac, does this normal laying of the law thing work in your relationship? Like that, you lay down the law in your relationship, it sort of works. Is that how it goes?
No.
Great.
And
So you understand. So you understand it's not going to work here either. Then.
So I'm not laying down the law. I said that you won't be ganging up on me, which you won't, because if I
It's the
feel
way
ganged
you
up on,
said
then
it.
I'll just leave
You
the
said
show.
there will be
Dumbass.
there will be no ganging up on me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't roll my neck when I said that because I don't do that. I said there will be no ganging up on J-Mac, and there won't, because if I feel like there's ganging up, then I'll just leave the show. I'm just saying I won't be a part of that. Is what I was
see how
saying.
anxious we were for you to come up here.
Hold on, hang on. Let's get something clear. There's nothing that's done here. There's nothing that's done here maliciously.
That's right.
Let's start there. Let's start there. Nothing's done here maliciously. We disagree all the time. All the time. All of us disagree. Especially me. I'm probably the biggest disagreeer here. But it's not a malicious. It's not coming from a bad place. If I disagree with you, it's because I genuinely disagree with you, and it's good content to have a great conversation.
Oh my
There's
God.
no need for you to tuck your tail and run. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, is that what you feel like I did? Because I'm pretty sure I was on the show the entire time.
Well, I'm saying based on the comment that you just made, you said I would just leave. There's no need for you to leave.
See clearly the situation meant a little bit different for Trey than for me. I didn't even know we were at odds. I just didn't agree with what you said. That's all.
Trust me, there's no ganging up. A lot of it. This is what's funny when we talk on here, and sometimes we just everybody we got eyes with each other, but we only speak to each other's speaking points.
Yeah.
Understand this.
That's a person.
Last week, my sister,
Mm-hmm.
Wife School podcast, came on here, and they gave her the business, but she stayed the whole time. And it wasn't about her; it was about her talking points. That was all it was. It is all love over here, all of us. So I hate that you even feel that way, J Mac.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I just wanted to say that first of all, I'm only 80% serious in this moment, but I do want to say that at the time it was kind of a lot, and I want you guys to know that I don't think you may have intended for it to be that way, but I do think even within the realm of a podcast or a panel, at the end of the day, I'm still a lady. I'm still a lady. Like, come on now. I treat you all like men. I don't down talk you. So let's just make sure that we just, that we keep it respectful.
You want special treatment?
I said to keep it respectful.
So we disrespected you? Oh man, come on now. That's an accusation. I don't think
I didn't say that you did disrespect me. I just said I want to make sure that we keep it respectful.
Yeah, I'm 1,000 years old. A lady don't need to tell me to be respectful. I know the toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy. The hell is that?
Oh, yeah.
That is funny.
It's all fam over here. It's all fam over here.
I know, guys. I know. I didn't mean to detract from the show. I'm just saying I didn't forget the last time that happened, and I won't.
See, now I know. Now I know that.
What you know, R-Pain?
It means it was a good discussion.
Now I know where the sensitivity points are. That's all.
You don't want to tell you what I heard? You want to tell you what I heard her say? Be nice to me. That's what I heard. Be nice to me. That's what I heard her
I thought
say.
we were being nice.
I thought I was
Well,
being nice
first
to
of
her
all,
too.
notice JT was in that same conversation, and I haven't said anything to him because he was able to articulate his point without making me feel like he was trying to drag.
Ah, Calvin! Oh my God!
So
Come
I
on,
gotta go back and watch that. I gotta go back and watch it now.
yeah, so now I
Yeah,
gotta
she
go
gonna
back
make me.
and
I'm gonna have
watch
to go
it
back
too.
and go watch it too, JT, because I didn't think I was. I didn't think I was that bad. I have been much worse to the
Yeah.
men than I have to the women.
Yeah, I thought I was being sweet.
listen, it was getting late. You know, honestly, it could have been. It was getting late. We had been on that show for a long time.
Yeah, it was a long
We
shot.
was probably all ready to go. Like that really does happen.
For sure.
I
So
told Teresa I'd pull up on him. I was pretty bad. I've gotten worse.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, J Mac. Let's say this, J Mac.
Get into
Everybody who
it.
walks around. Let me just say this, JT. Everybody who walks around with a tough topic podcast, we look at you with some thick skin. You know, that's the name of your podcast, right? Tough Topics.
It's hard to exfoliate that thick skin. She can't
You know,
exfoliate.
that's what we say. You got
It's
that
got to
thick
be
skin.
soft.
You know,
That's why she
and
wants us
so
to be
we
nice to her.
just treated you accordingly.
I'm sorry.
You
Be
can give it as
respectful.
much as you can take it. That or you should.
Back and watch that video. I'm going back and watch the video now.
I have
Well,
to.
also to be fair too, if the point that you're making right there is to say that with me having the Tough Topics podcast, you assume I have thick skin. There's a reason I don't do panel discussions on my show. I don't do where I sit and talk to other people while I'm doing my show. So if you come to watch my show, you came to watch me talk. So you didn't come to watch other people's opinions be all intermingled together.
Oh,
So you're scared of the smoke.
No, I just don't have any interest in hosting that type of show. I come on here every now and then. I get to enjoy moments like that, but that's just not my style.
We got you. I got you.
You did though have a gripe with Passport Bros. That's how that conversation started, right?
Uh-oh. It's CBN.
Right?
Yeah, it started. That conversation started because you had an issue with them. I don't remember. I'm gonna go back and go watch it too. But I remember that was my reasoning for going at you, because it's like, how do you don't even have a dog in the fight? How do you have an issue with it?
By being an objective observer to say that you. So here's the thing about I guess we're going there. So here's the thing about the Passport Bros. It's a movement. So like when you do like a hashtag Passport Bros, that's a movement, right? So there's people that may do a thing that don't consider themselves to be part of a movement. Like when Black Lives Matter was a thing, the Black Lives Matter hashtag, that was part of an organization that I personally didn't even agree with. Am I a person that believes that Black Lives Matter? Of course I do. But if I was using those hashtags and those talking points, it makes it seem like I'm a part of that movement. So when you say Passport Bros in these contexts, you're usually talking about the ones we see nowadays, where you have that young dude who is very infamous now for having gone live while he was, I don't remember which country it was, Thailand, Philippines, whatever, where he's literally accosting women, talking about like, oh, are you going to be my girlfriend or something like that? And all I'm saying is, if that's what you're going overseas to do, then I just feel like whatever issues you are having with women here in the States is not because of the women. That's just because of you. If you're a man who is not, I don't know, who's not confident enough within himself to not be awkward.
You know, that's just a talking point.
No, please, no, please let us.
Let me speak.
CBN, please let us have this conversation.
Yeah.
Let us have this conversation. Because here's my issue with people who think like J Mac about Passport Bros, is that they specifically look to a certain type of Passport Bro. The majority of Passport Bros aren't Austin Holloman, and they aren't doing what he was doing in Brazil. The majority of Passport Bros, you have never even heard of them. They quiet. They move in silence. They have gotten married and you didn't even know. I watched a video today of a man who married a Colombian woman. Nobody knows his name. You don't know who he is either. And they just got married. A lot of these guys, it's typically the same thing that happens with you women. The 304s and the hoes are speaking the loudest for y'all, but they don't represent all of you. It's the same concept, right? The Passport Bros, there are bad apples within the Passport Bros. And I'll be the first to admit that. but the majority of passport bros are, number one, traveling for culture and experience. That's the number one reason why they travel. Now, I know that the guys that are on the YouTube space won't tell you that, right? But that's the honest truth. Anytime I travel and I have a trip planned for Argentina and I'm going to Colombia, I am not going for the women. Now, are they going to be a byproduct of my trip? Sure.
Hell
But
yeah.
if I went to Vegas, guess who would be a byproduct of my trip to Vegas? Women. It would be no different. Okay. The other second part of this is that there are guys who are going overseas and they are not coming back. These are also guys that you'll never hear from. They don't have YouTube channels and they're not on Instagram. They're too busy living the Filipino life and they're quiet and they're happy and they're peaceful. I know because I have a few that I was in the military with that have retired in the Philippines, or one, I just had a friend that was here for New Year's. He retired in Bali in Indonesia. He's not coming back. He's done. You won't hear from them. So what you're seeing is, in my opinion, an unfair representation of the passport bros. And unfortunately, those bad apples are speaking for the majority, and that's just what we have to deal with.
Don't they call them a loud minority? Isn't that what they call them? A loud minority?
They do. So Trey, if you heard, see, this is the thing people do, right? So if you heard me distinctly give examples of the type of passport bros I don't like, why then was your initial response to get, however you might want to describe your behavior, defensive, whatever? Why was that your first thought if it was clear that I was only talking about a certain type of individual? If I did not say, in fact, I'm usually the type of person to give those sort of disclaimers. I can't say for sure that I said that, but I can probably bet I can probably bet that I said, if you're a man who went overseas and you genuinely found love or genuinely were looking for love when you got married to a woman over there or met with a woman over there, then why would I have an issue with that?
But I don't think you said that.
I'll go back and go look. We'll run the replay. I don't remember.
She mentioned something because I made a comment after that. She did mention something to the fact, because I ended up making a comment from that point that she had made. Absolutely, she did make a distinctive delineation from that. So yeah, I
think you just wanted to be offended, and people do like that sometimes.
I distinctly didn't hear anything of the comment.
I don't seek out being offended.
Me either. So
I don't seek it out. It's
maybe I was.
It's a simple thing that I think that there is a very interesting dynamic here in America. It's our country if you go and you go date women outside the country. Then it becomes our country. If a white cop shoots a black man, it's no longer our country. It's a very interesting dynamic. If men say they don't want to date women within the country, oh, well, you're leaving to go date women and you can't find women in our country. I'm confused. In my opinion, and I think you said this too, J-Mac, every man should be traveling and all men should be dating outside of this country. And you should try every flavor of ice cream so you know exactly which one you like. And the truth of the matter is that if you don't like overseas, you can always come back to America. The women ain't going nowhere. Majority of people that have passports in America only go 3 places. Canada, hang on, Canada.
Yeah, but Trey, you going on and nobody else is saying
you don't have a dog in this fight. Why can't y'all let
she named me? My name.
I don't understand why do married men want to get into these conversations so badly. You're a married man. Let us have the conversation.
Wait a second, Trey. She mentioned my name too. And all I'm saying is, the fact
y'all married men love to jump in single shit. Just stay out of it for a second.
I wanted to hear the 3 countries that Trey was mentioning.
All right,
I wanted to, because he said Canada. What was the other one?
Mexico. And either a Caribbean place, somewhere in the Caribbean. That's most of the places.
I've been in Canada, and I ain't never been in a Caribbean place. And you are absolutely
Jamaica.
I'm telling you that's the stats from the passport office. That's the stats from the passport office. And only 6% of people have passports anyway. 6% of black people have passports anyway, and only 34% of people had a passport nationwide. So majority. 34%. 6% of that 34% are black. So these guys who are actually traveling, majority of the men who travel, and what I would like to see in 2024 is us to stop discussing the minority. They're irrelevant. Let's just start discussing the majority. And the majority of passport bros are doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing it right, and they're not causing a ruckus like we are led to believe.
I want to hear our pain, and then J Mac, we'll get you to retort if you have a rebuttal or retort from that. Yeah, so you're suffering right now.
If the guys, well, yeah, because Trey told me to shut up, so I had to put myself on mute, So listen, if the guys were
around here,
J Mac, I didn't tell you to shut up, J Mac.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But listen, even if the passport bros were going overseas to get some ass, that's nobody's business but theirs. And when I hear people complain about that, that's no different than them trying to get some here. So men don't have to go overseas to get married. Some of the guys go over there to have some fun, and I defy anybody to say they shouldn't be able to do that, as opposed to being here and doing it. It's the same thing. So when I hear a lot of women, maybe not you, Mac, they try to vilify these guys for their sexual appetites. That's just bullshit. You know why? Because if I wanted to say when women go travel, we got pictures of the women who travel, like Jamaica and all that kind of stuff. Let's just stop it. This thing about it. It's their business. Yeah. Do they have some bad passport bros? Yes. But it's just a new term. Men have been going overseas for ever. Decades. So it only became popular because Austin Holloman might have hit a nerve, and they put a moniker on him. And when he went to Brazil, he made a mistake. Right? He was 23 when he did that. But his arc going through Africa and some other places, he ain't the same dude. You live and learn. So I'm just saying, but the rest of the guy Zoom to Thailand, he's like a model citizen on how to do passport stuff, how to do overseas, falling in love. That guy he's fantastic. Got a great channel. He's got his girl in the Philippines and in Thailand, I should say. And he's a popular dude. So I don't know, man. So yeah, there's some scraggly dudes over there, yes. But that's no different than here. It's no different than here. And so a lot of women just want to judge all the guys as passport bros or some kind of fiends. It's not true. It's just not true. It's like me saying all black women are scrags. That's wrong too.
CBN, right after J Mac, give her a retort, and then I'm gonna let you get in.
Well, I wasn't going to retort because you're right. There is nothing to retort. Like that's the whole thing is you Trey and I, not the three of us distinctly, but you and Trey versus myself are not talking about the same thing. You're talking about black men just traveling and just happening upon women while they're there that they might hook up with. That happens every day, all the time, in every part of the world, for independent of race. That's clearly not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a movement of black men who are encouraging other black men to go to countries that, and I know when I say this, I know what you're going to say because I remember what you said last time, but it doesn't make it any less true, is that a lot of these men are going to countries that are not even safe to go to by yourself or getting involved with this country's women, because unlike in the United States where black men, because of whatever reasons, aren't all that protective of black women anymore. Y'all have kind of, shushed us to the side. But in other countries, men still value their women, and they don't particularly like black men, big black men with BBCs coming over to their countries and wooing their women. And they don't have the type of law enforcement that we do. The United States does not have jurisdiction in these countries. A lot of men have already gone missing. They've had terrible things happen to them in some of these countries, all for the pursuit of some box, So I'm sorry if I'm wrong for saying that I dissuade Black men from doing that, because I think that it's an ill-advised thing to do
Yeah,
for
listen,
that
the only thing I would say is that you're mischaracterizing passport bros by putting them in the box that you want to put them in. You got a couple of guys who are idiots, and you're calling them passport bros. And the way you say it, you're generalizing all the dudes are going over there. There's no distinction in what you're saying, because you don't have to call them passport bros to say some idiots go travel, don't get into the culture, and they do stupid stuff abroad. There's too many. You know what? The term ugly American didn't just go for no reason. There's a bunch of Americans went over abroad do stupid stuff. You know? So it's not just because somebody put hashtag passport bros. It's a movement. It's really not a movement. Somebody put a moniker on it.
J Mac, let me ask you this question. Of all of the Black men that travel to, let's just use Colombia, because Medellin is a hot spot right now, right? You know, a lot of men, regardless of race, are dealing with violence over there, right? The motor boys are pulling up and stealing chains, and guys are ending up deceased. Of all the men that travel versus the men that are passing away, what do you think those numbers are? Of all the men that go over there, let's say in a month's time, versus the amount of men that suffer some sort of violence, who would you say the percentage is? Just a rough. I'm not expecting you to know it exactly, but just your best guess.
I honestly, I wouldn't. I have no idea. Like none.
So the reason why I'm asking that question is because I want to know why you're choosing to focus. Your argument is focused on the minority, right? It's the same concept. I was in law enforcement. There's millions of traffic stops that happen a year. Millions, tens of millions. And we will focus on one. So of all these passport bros that travel to Colombia, that travel to Medellin, and they come home safe, nothing happens to them. Why are you choosing to focus on a very small minority that are ending up deceased?
To answer that question, first of all, I think that's a good example that you use with the traffic stops thing with the police. Just to be on record to say, I've never been the type of person that over sensationalized when unfortunate things happen during routine traffic stops, because, like you said, there's obviously millions of them that happen each year where nothing happens, and I don't lessen the job of a police officer. But anyway. I guess it's the same thing with anything. I mean, there's percentages, there's proportions. They may not be as high for some things, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. It doesn't mean that it's not a caution that one should take. And once again, like I said, a lot of the times the countries that I hear of men traveling to more frequently, like you even just solidified that for me, that there are hot spots, as you say. And so the places that I hear men talking about traveling most frequently to, they're places that are, once again, maybe my experience is wrong. Maybe what I've read or learned throughout my life in school or heard from accounts of people, maybe I'm wrong, but I've heard that these are pretty racist places that don't particularly even enjoy Black people, so much so that they even disown the darker skinned people of their own nationalities and their own ethnicities. So I'm just saying that, to me, on a large scale, it doesn't seem well advised for Black men to be leaving the United States pursuing women. Now, if they're leaving to just travel and they just happen upon a woman while they're there, they have a hookup or something, I mean, whatever. But the idea that you're trying to, not maybe you, but y'all trying to lasso a bunch of Black American men together to say, hey, let's go to Colombia to get some girls and find some wives and girlfriends and companions. I'm just saying that it has caution. You should take caution with it. CBN has been waiting a long time, but it's not my show, so.
No, we're gonna get him.
Hold on. Can I say something to this? Because when I'm hearing this, it's like
Trey,
something that's being betrayed.
You next.
It's like something being betrayed on music video. People talk about Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Brazil. Okay, fine. Those 4 countries. Okay.
What you waiting on? What you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Raise your right.
BMU, I will find your location. I'm gonna find your location, BMU. It is all good. New year, new target. Don't worry, BMU. I will ship your house coming after you. Anyway,
Welcome
you have a
back,
black
brother.
media.
I ain't seen
Like
you
I
in a
was
while.
saying,
How you
I
doing,
know,
man? Go
I
ahead and
know,
do your thing.
I know. We have a black media in Japan. There's a guy from my country who do a show for the past couple of years about a black affair in Japan. I see a lot of nationality in Africa. I got 2 passports. I've been around the country as a young kid. I get it, I understand it, but what I don't comprehend when I see women on social media talk about passport bro this, passport bro that, but when you make movie or like Killer got her groove back, then you turn certain location at the vacation spot to get your you know what on. What's the difference between those two compared to the guy you say they're going out there to get women? I talk to JT, I talk to Manza, I talk to people who've been out the country besides me. And I thought it started back in the 80s. I was correct, it was started back in the 60s. A lot of these young knuckleheads who go on social media, I'm talking to not you, J-Mac, I'm talking to all the dumb females, never been out of this country long enough to know about all these other communities that have been existing for more than 2 decades. The reason why they run them out is because they're no good to begin with. They're a piece of trash. They're a throwaway. They're not gonna go be recycled. That's the problem they have. And to get a passport, Trey noted a passport not cheap. For one, I have 2 passports. They ain't cheap to afford. So why are they talking about all these passport bro this, passport bro that? Some of us travel for business. Some of us got business in other countries. You have to go
Right.
back
So
and
those
forth for
aren't the
multiple
men that I
years.
was talking about, though.
I get it. But when I see these things, I have to laugh because I'm thinking they had to be the chicken head who did not pay attention to class, who drop out of school. They got knocked up a couple of times. They picked themselves up, and now they got an issue with man who want to walk away and find someone better, who is peaceful. That's my take on this, because I'm not gonna lie. Outside this country, American women are not like, to be honest. I live in a country for 7 years, and I see firsthand they don't like American women. They just don't. So when they talk about path for growth, you just talk about how can you protect yourself as a black woman or as a woman when you're outside the country, when you consider to be the most hated. That's the question you should be asking first. I'm to be
So,
honest.
Come on,
so
Trey.
I don't want to be like a powder keg, but I do feel like me making this statement might just do that. But I'm actually being genuine when I ask. So I am a young lady right now amongst 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on this panel. I don't mind that. So, but I do realize that what I'm about to say may be, you know. So in other countries, these women that you enjoy so much, right, because of the culture, right, you enjoy them because they're culturally different. Their environment breeds a sort of unforced femininity from them, submission from men, etc. How do you think those women ended up that way? Like, is it not reasonable to suggest that those women are that way because the men of those cultures have provided, whether it's the structure for it, whether it's forceful or however, by hook or by crook, those women are a product of those men. So is it not safe to say that here in the States, if you're a black man and you so loathe the average black woman, is it not fair to ascertain that it's probably because you have not done that same type of molding, structuring, whatever it is that would breed your women to be like that? Why is it your women that's so bad But the Asian women are fine. The East Asian women are fine. The Latin women are fine.
That's
This
is very simple. This is very simple. No, this is a very simple answer. It's a very simple answer. The reason why the women, while there's a difference, is because you as an American woman, you can accumulate debt. And by you being able to accumulate debt gives you an air of independence. In other countries, they don't have that option. So the reliance is still on the man. That's why. So here, you don't need a man if you don't want one, because you can go get a house. As long as you got a job, they'll work it out, right? Most people go get a car. They don't ask how much the car is. They just say, keep my car note under this number, right? That's the reason why. Whereas if you go to Colombia or certain places where they don't even have a credit system at all, and if you decided to take out a loan, the interest rate is 25, 30% to deter you from getting a loan. These women have to revert back to the traditional sense of, I need to go find a husband. So because they have to go find a husband, the culture is different. And because they have to go find a husband and the culture is different, the women within that culture teach the younger women how to be better wives. A lot of these women are literally raised. They are literally raised to be wives. And it's because of an economic system at the end of the day, which is something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. The reason why J-Mac can be J-Mac is because if J-Mac wants to go do something, she can call up a bank and say, hey, I need $300,000. Here's my collateral, and you can rock with it.
I don't
Yes,
disagree.
sir.
I'm glad that you made that point. I think that that's a good answer to my question. And I think it also proves, though I've never heard you dispute this, Trey, but to some men I've heard dispute this, it proves that men, um, one of your good qualities or characteristics is your ability to provide and to have provision. He literally just proved that the women in those other countries who are so submissive, so friendly, so feminine, whatever characteristics you're attributing to them, it's because the men there literally provide roofs over their heads and make sure that they have sustenance. So I think that that just goes to show that we got to stop this whole, oh, women shouldn't look to men for provision. Like, that's
no,
why you might
no,
be in the
but
situation you're in.
hold
Trey
on for a
Ferg.
second. Let me just say this real quick. First, Trey, that was a good one, right? But the majority of men looking for women in those other places is because their culture raises them to be wives. So they're not saying they want these women because they want to provide for them. Matter of fact, their money goes further when they're overseas in a lot of these places, right? So if a man can go to have a passport, can go overseas and make and live over there, that means he has a little bit of money to do that. It's not free. So when he finds a woman, the number one thing.
Hello.
I
Our
think
pain
you
frozen.
froze our pain.
Come on, Trey Ferg. I know you've been waiting, sir.
So Ms. J Mac, I don't know you, and I really appreciate you coming
Yes,
on
I'm
here
happy.
and shining some bright light. I got tired of looking at these roughneck dudes, but to bring a little context to what you're saying, and I'm just speaking in reference from a passport bro. We can go back to the World War, where brothers were introduced to overseas life on a greater mass than any time. And a lot of those men then, you never heard about it. They were just traveling, establishing their families. Some may have stayed, some may have moved back to the States. Now, as we transition more, guys, it's part of our nature to explore outside of our normal setting, our comfortable setting. But even then, most men that go over there, a lot of times they may have gotten introduced to it while they were in the military, or they had a family that had the resources to take them on those type of trips. So when you go, you're getting exposed. And coming back to America, we all know who most sisters' big brother is. That is big brother government, who provides you sort of these loopholes so you can not really be under the covering of a man. Most of those countries, that those women's covering are men. They're not able to move freely within government, hold office, move around. They have to be with the covering of a man. And you see it in how they even cook. A lot of those women are born, they raised to cook at an early age. They raised to pull the weeds and strip out everything from the grassroots. And the man, whether they got a tutus or whatever. They out climbing a tree for the coconut. They out fishing. They out doing a lot of this manual labor. So of course, their women who needs that protection are going to be more in a submissive manner. Now in America, Trey alluded to it. You all can pretty much do everything you need outside the covering of a man and get to a certain place in your career or whatever it is and still not have the covering of a man. But then when you, just like all of us, when we get to a certain point, when you say, I want this type of man, and you've spent 20 years of your prime years just out here getting what you want and getting to the bag, now you're sort of placed yourself out. Like we say, it's no knock on you because we can do it too. But if a brother has those resources and he's in America not getting that type of lifestyle that he's really looking for, because I would believe most of us want to be married early. Most women don't want to be married early. That's why you hear them say, I'm looking to get married. But they'll still have the physical aspect. And most men are not going to turn down the physical aspect from a woman. And most women are just as horny as men at a young age. It's just what it is. But if a man has those resources and he's learned about it, why not go overseas? Why not find that peace that you're looking for when you're looking to establish? Because what are you going to do? Keep running back to America? The same women are going to keep shooting you down just because you don't have a certain amount of money, even though you're building in your career. Most of them are not doing it because a lot of women, it's unfortunate, in their 30, 35, 36, they've accumulated $50,000, $60,000 worth of debt based off stuff they bought for themselves. It ain't even got nothing to do with the kids because most of the kids can't read, so they ain't investing time and energy in those children, but they look good. They got their hair, their nails, they got all this new stuff that eventually wastes money in your late 40s, and most men are starting to come around. And when they look back, they're like, I'm not going to spend my time dealing with this. Why not spread those options out? This is the greatest time in the world. And and I would like to see the statistics of how many brothers are going over just losing their lives based off doing something foolish. We're not over talking about we need to get our things stretched. We ain't overseas. We trying to be as smooth. And a lot of women overseas, they love the features of the brothers. When these brothers standing and shining, those women are looking at brothers like, oh, y'all are the prize. But sisters, y'all got the covering of big brother government because you can leave and get your own place and just, and men can do it too. But I think it's a cap for African-American men in America. It's a cap. You're either going to go to college, go to the military, or work a Ford Motor Company, UPS. But that's a limited option. And then you got the women saying, "Oh, I make more money than you, but we ain't go to college to accumulate $100,000 in debt. We worked this job before. We worked these jobs and built up." But the women are like, "No, we want it right now. We want everything to make us feel good and have fun right now." But at the same time, look at the state of the young man and the young woman that being raised in these homes. It's no knock on a woman being a single mother, but a lot of y'all are not capable of doing it. So why not just give him to the daddy that you don't like? If he's a hardworking guy, let your 12-year-old boy, when his school sack separate from his body, go to his daddy. And let that,
but look, you said something that was poignant, and I want to go back to it. You said a lot. Damn, boy, well, y'all motherfuckers,
because we messed up out here.
Oh, wait till it's my turn.
Right. I'm about to swing it your way. But you said something that was very poignant. You said most men wants to get married when they're younger versus when they're older. I tend to agree with that. Reason being, because I'm older and I'm still single, right? Not still single. I was married. 10 years I was married. Got married at 22. Even when I look back at it, that was the best time for me to get married. That was the best time for me to build something. You know why? Even though we're not married, we kind of like best friends. We knew each other since we were 15 years old. We got married at 22. And she went to college. I went to the military, right? When I look at how we got married versus how I'm trying to marry out here, it's way more difficult, right? It goes to this whole thing of Man, where did this passport bro shit come from? Just being at a point where you just say the world is your fucking oyster. Whatever happened to that? Where we just, I think I'm just too old to be subscribing to Red Pill and Manosphere and all this crazy ass shit, right? I just perceive that shit. I gotta say that. In this passport bro shit, when you have been in other goddamn countries, and if you've been in multiple and you've traveled, you have a different outlook on it. The world is your fucking oyster. Most people, I mean, I be hearing these goddamn panels, man. Most of these motherfuckers been dating and trying to marry women that's in like a 5-block proximity to where they at. They were born and raised, and they're still living in the same proximity at the same time, right?
JT, they studied this. They studied that most people don't leave a 50-mile radius of where they grew up. They already studied it.
Right. So what it is, my whole thing was this. When I first started doing this shit on social media was I asked a question. I had a group on Facebook, and I asked a question to a bunch of people that was my age and probably a little bit younger. And I asked them, what's easier, to be married in college or have a baby in college? Do you understand there was way more adults, women and men, that were saying that it was way more easier to have a child in college than it was to be married in college? That blew my mind. I asked another question a week after, and I asked the same type of group, and I had about 500 people in this group. And I asked them, I said, what is the ideal age that you would tell your child to get married? Do you know that the majority of the people said anywhere between the age of 35 and 40? The majority. When you're talking about, and I asked them again, another question. What is the ideal age to get married? Do you understand that these motherfuckers was talking about 30 years old, 35, 40? We screwed up here in America, y'all. And this was probably about 9 years ago, 10 years ago when I asked this question. If you ask this question the same way, I guarantee that you're going to get almost close to the same answer. It is way easier for us to create a relationship with someone when we're in our youngest, in our 20s. Does that mean that you go overseas? And I get what J Mac was talking about. If your whole primal thing is to marry somebody, to go out there and try to marry somebody on the premise of just because there's no good women over here in America, then you ain't really looked around in. You're gonna find somebody that you can rock with anywhere in the world. I guarantee it. I don't give a damn what the color is. I don't care where they come from. You got somebody that can rock with you, but you got to do the work. Most people are not trying to do the work. They're not trying to do the work. That dating shit is not, you don't take it, a lot of people don't take it seriously. They don't take it where they're saying, okay, this is the foundation of me building a community. That's why, I tell people, a whole lot of people, it's no fucking black community. Quit playing. A community is where you make it. That's what it is. And if we keep looking at ourselves, because if you say it's a black community and you hear people talking, the same people say it's a black community, those are the same people that sit back and say, then black people are not a monolith. If we're not a monolith, then why do you keep calling us a black fucking community then? How about just creating a community? Love who the fuck you want to love. See how we going to deal with each other. How about doing that? I just think it's asinine to sit back and think that we are separate in America than anybody else that's in America. I live in a community, and I don't stay too damn far away from Detroit. And my community is diverse in ethnicity, not just race, ethnicity. You see a whole bunch of people. You can go 2 cities over from where I stay at right now, and you will see people that are with each other. They don't look the same. Tommy Sotomayor said this. He said, you know the difference between a black woman, a black fat woman, and a white fat woman? You know the difference between those two? It's because the white fat woman knows she's fat.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You know what?
Trey, did you get a lot of spankings when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, I got my ass whooped all the time.
Yeah, that's what.
All the time.
Listen what I'm
and
saying.
it didn't work.
Come on, man.
It didn't
Whether
work.
you agree with it or not,
Come on,
listen what I'm saying. Whether you agree with it or not, I didn't say if I did. I just understood that the shit made me think. The difference with the two cultures. You have black fat women and you have white fat women. I guarantee the white fat woman is going to understand that I'm fat and I get what the fuck I get. Now, it is changing, Trey. It's changing because the generations they're mashing together. You know why? Because it's not that whole black and white shit no more. When you look at these Z's, you got all of these women that's sitting back and they don't give a damn how ugly they look. They don't care how fat they are. As long as they got a woman that's telling them that they look good, they got all these goddamn eyelashes and all this. What I'm saying is this, is that we have to understand what our strengths and our weaknesses are. We do. And where we are weak at, what do? We have to strengthen those weaknesses. Where we're strong at, we just manifest. That's all I'm saying. But when we're talking about this shit right now, man, listen, I'm telling y'all, we got to cut this shit out when it comes down to staying in this community type of thing. If you ain't built a community, what the fuck are you talking about? If you don't have a community where it starts with that woman and that man, that's the foundation. That is the foundation. Then you have the children. And then the children have children, and then they have children. This is what we have to do. And then we teach each other our, things that we've learned. And for instance, all of us did this with our parents. Once we got to be adults, the things that we learned from our parents that were conducive to our adult life, we kept those things. And the things that were not conducive, then what did we do? We did away with those things. What's happening right now is people are so damn confused with they're not doing away with shit. They're just saying, fuck it, I'm just gonna do what I do. I fuck what they talking about. They ain't even trying to even delineate anymore.
Well,
go ahead.
If I can jump in real quick, because I'm about to have to go. I really think that, and I'm not saying this to try to be like, I'm just saying, I think that JT, I think that he at least is maybe better articulating what I was trying to say. I just think that the laws of nature are going to be the laws of nature no matter where you go. Like, it's kind of one of those things where, you know how people, like, I live in Alabama. So, of course, that's the deep South. And people who live here, they're always saying, oh, I want to move to New York and start a new life. You certainly can do that, but you won't do that if you don't change things within yourself before you go. If you think that merely moving to New York is going to somehow flip a switch and make everything in your life great and excellent and exciting, that's just not a thing. So I feel like if you are, like how JT said, as a man, you should look at the world as your oyster. The United States is a very large country, and not to pick on Trey, I'm not bantering with you specifically, but just to piggyback off a point you made, you said that very few people even ever travel outside of, let alone date outside of a 50-mile radius from where they're even from or where they even live. So how can so many Black men be so sure that the entire country of the United States, which people in other countries do come over here to visit and to see our culture, our amalgamation of cultures, how is it so much that you are so certain that there cannot be any foundational Black American women who could be viable mates for you. I just think that it to me it just seems a little disingenuous. I get it. You have the right to do whatever. Of course. One thing I pride myself in saying in my channel and the way I live my life, a man has his prerogative. Like, you can do what you want, period. But it doesn't mean that there aren't consequences to some things, or that there aren't sometimes where people might say that they're doing something for a reason and maybe they really aren't doing it for that reason. But fellas, I'm gonna have to let you guys have this one. Okay, I hopefully I didn't
Before
start too
you
much of
go,
the powder keg. Okay, lost in translation,
before
what's up?
you go, I need to say this before you go, because we wasted a whole lot of damn time when we ain't say what we need to say. Okay. What I've listened to both shows. I was present in both shows, and nobody's really addressing the real damn issue. And the real issue is that the reason why women have a problem with the passport bros is because it's backwardsly saying that women aren't good enough. And you have a situation where women have been told their whole lives that they're good enough. Black girl magic, you can do it, girl, that type of thing. But when men say, hey, you know what? This is not really what I'm looking for, because you haven't heard a thing that we said. You spent decades taking a dump on us. You've done this, you've done that. Every chance you've gotten an opportunity. Let me finish. I'm just telling you, you got advertising, you got a whole arsenal of advertising, dumbing down men. Every time you have a commercial, men are made to look stupid. Fathers are made to look stupid. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that in other countries. Now, here's the thing. Whenever something doesn't serve you, you go somewhere else. And you shouldn't fault those guys for doing that. Now, here's the thing. When you said that guys are having problems, or they should stay here in the United States, or there's some fear of something may happen to them, men have been dropped off in other countries for war since the beginning of time. Men are not afraid to go anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Not only that, our business practices, just as regular people, will tell you that we will send stuff overseas to get stuff done if it doesn't. I'll give you an example. Apple has all their computers and phones and all this stuff made in China. You see what I'm saying? Overseas. And now they've actually opened up business in India because they're having a problem with China. China doing some things that we don't agree with. So Apple says, you know what? Since China, you're not doing what you need to do, we're going to go to India. How come nobody is fussing at Apple and says, bring those damn jobs back to America? How come we don't shame Apple into saying, hey, you need to bring that back? You know why? Because we like nice stuff. That's it. So the problem is that there's a psychological thing that's involved here. Whenever guys say, hey, you know what? I'm just going overseas. These women here agree with more of what aligns with me, and they will listen. The problem is that our women like to do things as projection. They like to deflect instead of answering the question or addressing the issue and says, hey, I would like you to this and I would like you to that. No, you don't really want that. So you spend more time deflecting instead of correcting, because men will actually correct themselves. If women say, hey, go out and get a better job, guess what men do? They go get a better job. If men go out and they say, hey, you don't have a house or whatever, guys will go out and get a house. If a man asks a woman to drop a few dress sizes, next thing you know, you body shaming. You know what I mean? And if he doesn't like the way that you look, oh, it's colorism. You know what I mean? Or if he says, don't wear weave in your hair, you don't want me to look nice. It's that conversation that men are tired of. And my thing is this: I'm tired of guys tiptoeing on these panels when then basically the whole issue is it's a psychological issue between women. They feel like they're not good enough. And how they do that is by identity politics. That's exactly how that works. Whenever they see a woman win, they automatically assume, hey, if I'm a woman and she's winning, then I'm winning. Men don't do that. You see what I'm saying? If Michael Jordan win, that don't mean all of us win. It's just Michael Jordan. But for some reason, women like to latch on to other people like Oprah and go down here to see The Color Purple, and somehow, some kind of way, they won against Mr. When in essence, they still got to go back home and deal with whoever it is they have to deal with. But my problem is this: why don't we address the issue at hand? The issue at hand is, why aren't we being cooperative with each other? And here's the thing: it's an indictment on women because other countries are seeing what's going on. And I always tell women this: If you are that great, how come these other countries are not sending for you? That's it. And we need to quit tiptoeing around the issue, man. Listen, I don't want to be the person who comes off as saying, hey, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that. I'm just telling you, there's a time for self-reflection. It really is. And guys are tired of begging, and that's it. And you can't get mad at them for doing what they want to do. And my whole thing is this: we are citizens of this entire world. You can't tell a man what he can and cannot do. And if he feels like, hey, I've dated enough women over here, I've wasted enough time, I've been on enough dates to know that this does not work for me, I'm going to go overseas. Now, the problem is when these guys do go overseas and they do find somebody else, they're quiet. They're not saying anything else. The problem is we want to take those small percentages of guys who make fools of themselves, who men over here do not identify with or agree with. Even if they did the same thing here, we call them Pookies and Ray Rays here. Well, guess what? Pookie can get a passport and do the exact same thing in another country, but we're not going to relate to him because those guys we do not identify with. We don't have time to do that. We don't need other men to validate us. Women do. Women need other women to validate. That's the reason why a lot of women like to cut each other's back out. Oh, you think you all this, you think you... Men don't do that. That's a shaming tactic. We don't do that. So my whole thing is this: make sure as women, as a collective, y'all have a conversation with each other and say, hey, what is it that we're doing? Because what we're doing as a collective, we're ruining the brand. And the only way for that to work is that each one of you have to do self-awareness. You have to be self-aware. You have to be self-aware as a person, and you have to be self-aware as a collective. That's called what's known as a cultural image. That's exactly what that is. I yield the floor.
Just before, I know you have to go, Jay, and this is quick. Do me a favor. I would never let Suki Hana speak for you. I would never let Ice Spice or Sexy Red or any of them, Glorilla, speak for you.
Correct.
They set a terrible image for black women. They are not what I believe black women to be. They're not. They don't represent the women that I grew up around. They are bad representation. Please do not let sex tourists speak for passport bros, because that's what they are. What you're describing as sex tourists. I don't disagree with you that they're a real thing. They are a real thing. There are guys who go to other countries simply because the tricking is cheaper. I'll be the first to admit it. But they do not speak for the multitude of men who have passports and are truly, because this is getting ready to be a year for me where I'm probably going to start taking dating seriously overseas, right? I don't want you to think that men like me who are not about that life are going overseas because I just want to have sex with women. That's not how this works. That's all.
And here's my thing. Before you get started, I just want to let you know that I'm not talking out of my ass, because I have a brother who's married to a Filipino woman, and I have a brother who's married to a foundational black woman, American. There is a difference. I'm in the front row, so I'm not just pulling stuff out of the air. I'm speaking from experience. So there is a difference.
Right. And I totally agree with that. I think that there's always going to be people who genuinely do something, or maybe their means justify their end, right? Where it's like, okay, hey, I'm genuinely thinking that this is something I should embark on because culturally the women in the United States aren't really doing it for me. I will say, just because since you guys said you were going to rewatch the old video, I did give, and just like how you just gave a personal example as an anecdote, I also gave a personal example as an anecdote, and I was attacked for it. But that's okay, because once again, I understand that in the time that I gave it, maybe the tensions had already been high. But as I said, guys, I've got to get out of here. You guys already know I got to go tend to the mister. Thank you so much, BMU, for having me on here. Nice to meet you, Trey Ferg. Nice to see you again, Trey. CBN Tech Talks, LIT, JT, and Arpain. And I'll see you guys on the next one, okay?
Got it.
Good night.
Ooh, Trey, I like what you did.
Hey, lost in translation. That was a good articulation, man. He
was on point. He was on point with that, because that is exactly what it is. I said it earlier. I said living outside, that's what's being pushed out there. No one like America to talk about their nature, their culture, their demeanor, how they carry themselves.
But Trey,
You know what,
also,
Black David?
Trey, I also like what you said, Trey, at the end, because I think that drove it home too. We don't judge women by those scrags, all black women by those Sukihanas and all that. So it's kind of unfair to judge like a whole movement of guys based on the worst of them. Man, that's not a way to do things.
Well,
So
the thing is that it's trendy, it's exciting, it's catchy to say, oh, look at these guys, they're going over there. These women can barely speak English. These women, blah, blah, blah.
That's
Listen, if you go to Thailand, these women speak better English than most of the women here in America because they were taught the proper way to speak English. Same in the Philippines. The thing that nobody really wants to address is the fact that the women in America feel that they can do these things simply because they can borrow money. We never want to talk about that. If they couldn't borrow money, they'd be at home cooking and cleaning, just like they were back in the 40s. But because they could go out and they have their own bank accounts since 1970, they used to like to make these things where they say, oh, women couldn't have their own bank accounts. It's not true. Women could have a bank account. You just had to have your husband with you. And there was a reason for that. The reason why you had to have your husband with you is because men back in the day knew that if you cut these women loose financially, they're going to ruin the economy. Fast forward 55, 60 years. What are we looking like? How much debt, consumer debt do we have?
Here's my thing.
How much consumer debt do we have? Who holds the majority of the consumer debt? Who holds the majority of the student loan debt? Now, a lot of these women feel the way they feel simply because they think that they are independent, but in actuality, you've been running muck. It's a trick been played on you. You have mountains worth of debt, and you meet a guy like me who's like, I'm not dating you. How is it that a woman from a developing country has a higher net worth than you? Make that make sense. She has a higher net worth than you because she doesn't have a negative net worth. You have a negative net worth because you have student loan debt, you have a mortgage, you have an auto loan, and you got consumer debt. But I can go over to Brazil, and this woman may have $1,000 to her name, and she's got a higher net worth than you. How does that make any sense? And it's because that they've been tricked here, and it's a part of the feminism movement. They refuse to acknowledge this. So I understand where she's coming from, but I'm not going to allow anybody to group sex tourism in with passport roles. There are guys out here who are going over finding wives, doing things the right way, they're getting married, they're treating these women great, and they're not going to be the ones that are going to scream from the mountaintops.
I will tell you this, Trey. Here's my thing, man. A lot of that comes from fear mongering. It's what's popular in American politics. And if you don't know what you're looking at, when you see it, you will fall for it. Anytime you look at them, they say, well, you can go overseas and somebody could get you. That's a female trait. Brothers don't go to places in fear. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that. As a man, that's your job to protect. So why should we be fearful? You see what I'm saying? That's what's known as projection. Then they're saying, well, you take your little money over there, this, that. We don't care. We're not strangers to work. You see what I'm saying? That's not something that we fear. We don't fear working. We don't fear fighting. We know how to protect and provide. We are built for that. So
these guys are going overseas and building businesses. They got restaurants and bars. They're running.
And that's what I was saying earlier. That the guy on YouTube who's in Japan from my country talk about how many black businesses have been established not only in Japan but in Singapore, in South Korea, and so on and so forth for multiple decades. So when I hear women say, that's why I call them knuckleheads, idiots. Like, you don't do your homework. So how you would say such a thing? Oh, they're going to scam you. I'm sorry. I watched Dr. Phil and a few other shows how to scam American women who trying to marry overseas and they got played over $1 million plus. Who can scam them?
I'm gonna tell you what it is, Black David. I'm gonna tell you what it is, Black David. We are easily distracted. Those women overseas are not bombarded with advertisement, with drama and foolishness like that. Those people over there are working. You know what I'm saying? They're living their lives. They're enjoying lives. Every time we look up, it's Atlanta housewives or basketball broads. You know what I'm saying? All type of foolishness. I can tell you there is a fundamental difference. When we only had like 6 TV channels and Julia Childs came on and she was teaching women how to cook and all this other stuff, guess what? We had a whole bunch of women having house and they was cooking and taking care of their families. Now that all we have is basketball wives, everybody want to be dating a baller and everybody want to be a basketball wife. That is the thing that we're up against. And people don't want to realize that. They don't want to acknowledge it because somehow, if you're not a baller, you're not a person. You know what I'm saying?
Lost. We grew up playing house. Remember, she had her easy bake oven, right?
Exactly.
And it was her job to cook with the easy bake oven, and it was my job to go to work and go bring the food, go bring the money
exactly.
home. That's how we played house growing up.
Exactly.
Let me present a question moving forward, right? Because it still sounds to me as if we're not vetting right.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with vetting right. Because if the pool is tainted, then you expecting guys to take a sip of water from a tainted pool? Come on. Let's be real, bro. We got other lakes. We got other lakes and ponds to fish in, man.
Hey, JT, there's a lot of women in the pool right now. They got that blue ring around them. You know what I'm saying? They got that
the halo.
This is my thing.
No, that's dirt.
Why not vet a lot more strenuous? And I say this, and Trey, you probably heard me say this on other panels also. Why don't we just check their fucking credit score, man?
No, you're right, JT. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Better yet, show her your bank. Let her see. Have her show your bank statement.
Your credit.
Your credit score.
Credit history. Her FICO score is going to tell you way more than what you
everything you need to know.
It's going to tell you. At the end of the day, they're talking about vetting us. They're talking about all these stupid ass, and there's a dumb way on how to vet men. You look at a nigga car, you look at his shoes. They've been doing this shit forever. You look at a motherfucker gonna take you to a goddamn restaurant and shit like that. Nope. All we gotta do is simply say, listen, I need to see your credit history. Matter of fact, I only want to see all four or all three of your credit. What is it? Experian,
right?
TransUnion.
Well, let me ask you this, JT. Let me ask you: how long should guys wait? Do they have to date every single woman in America before they get permission to go and do for themselves?
No. I've checked every woman. I'm talking about I'm live out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the dating world. Years, there ain't a woman that I ain't never checked her fucking credit score. It's too goddamn easy. You could just Credit Karma some of these motherfuckers, dog.
I don't even need to check. I can just look at them and tell.
Let
them talk. Let them talk. I ain't finna pull no crap. Hey, baby, let me check your FICO.
They're not finna do that. No, listen what I'm telling you, bro.
That ain't my business yet.
This will be for the younger dudes. Then. I'm telling you, she gonna tell you everything, not just the credit score. You see her credit history, bro.
Man, let me talk to her. Listen, I don't need to hear no FICO. Let me talk to her daddy. That's gonna tell me everything I need to know.
Her daddy might not be there.
That lets me know I need to know everything I need to know.
Then JT, there's no conversation. You don't need to talk.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Vetting a little more strenuous. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole lot of things that we have. Listen, a lot of dudes are scared because they think they won't have a damn woman. I don't give a damn where you go in the world, bro. You get a woman if your game is strong. What we talked about earlier. If you got it where your game is strong enough, dog.
Let me ask you a question.
Now, with these young dudes, I'm not a young guy, so I can't tell you how these women is. But I can tell you, these young dudes, all they gotta do, if they're serious about life, check a fucking credit score. You ain't got to check all three. One. Go to Credit Karma and get the one. And
these hoes ain't loyal. You got.
I've been trying to tell them, like,
actually, JT, if you go, I actually
get credit, nigga. She done fucked it all up, and she's a liability.
I actually looked at mine today, JT. You don't need to actually look at the individual score. There's a sheet that shows all of the debt, and it's broken down by categories: auto, home, school. Tell her to bring that sheet. Just bring me that sheet that has all of your debt listed, because that's really what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out how much money you owe. And you bring yours, I'll bring mine, and we'll go.
They're not doing that, gentlemen. They're not doing that, gentlemen.
I'm not saying that they're doing it. That's why these motherfuckers is failing, because they're not being strenuous when it comes down to dating. They're not. You gotta change the game. What you gonna keep doing? The same old ass shit that
No.
was done in the 90s? Hell no. I'm about to start checking your motherfucking credit score.
Let me say this. When I hear you say that,
Hold on, CBN. You can't check. It's like I wish we had a chance where we can do a vag facts, right? Check how many motherfuckers you done slept with, but you can't. The next closest thing to that shit is to check a freaking credit history. Fuck the score, the history. Because the score, you don't even want to see what that shit look like. That motherfucker look like a goddamn 60.
Either man, welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming.
JT, you're so wrong. That was one of my old jokes. I don't want to say that no more.
I came to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all the truth. A lot of dudes like going overseas because overseas women are easier than American women. I know. Listen, I know some of y'all guys don't want to talk about it, but when you go to the Philippines, it's a lot easier. When you go to all these other different countries, I know we think that we know for a fact that they daddy protect them and we can't touch them. How the hell are these soldiers touching these women then? Like this idea that they're not easier overseas, they're less aware. I get what you say. You say, well, they're focused on something else. That's because they're easier than American women. So when you talk about they getting this passport, I'm not against it. I feel like you can have sex with whoever you want to have sex with. I ain't the type of person that's gonna tell you who you can and cannot have sex with. That's not me. But it is a lot easier. I can manipulate them because American men typically move 10 times faster than women overseas, and they can manipulate them at a high level. Let's be honest.
Either man, let me say, you said it was a lot easier overseas, right? Is that what you said?
I said the women are a lot easier overseas.
Okay.
You fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
Listen, you said that like that's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, listen.
How come men can't have it easy? We got enough. We got it hard enough as it is over here, man.
I'm not knocking it. Listen, I'm not knocking it, but it have nothing to do with the women how they're currently moving in America. Because what we see is when a large group of passport men go somewhere else, what they do is they convert the women to American women. What we see in Colombia right now is the women starting to move and act like American women. They're starting to be driven by the dollar, and their morals, characters, and culture is going away. Are we disagreeing with that point?
Either man, wait a second. You know what? I hear what you're saying. I'm not even disputing. But are you trying to say in America where the women are more promiscuous than ever, that the women here ain't easy? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy? Women are fucking like crazy right here in America. And they, so for you to say that the women are fucking, you know what, the women over here, they might be easier. They have more culture. They still have social mores to lean on. And it depends on what country you're in. You ain't just fucking some of those women. They still talking to some of their, you still got to meet some of their fault. So for you to characterize the women, you just sound like some of these chicks, man. To say these women are just hoes, and that's why the guys are going. I mean, the women are fucking like crazy.
Land the plane so we can have a conversation.
No. You took 2 minutes to say. Let me take a couple of minutes to say what I want to say. But listen, Lane, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
The point that I'm telling you is, when you talk about the guy that's making 100,000, everywhere's easy. But I can take a dude that's making 30,000. Hold on, listen. I can take a dude that's making. Let me land the point. I'm gonna let you.
I didn't say anything, brother. Go ahead.
I know I trigger y'all when I come on these panels. But what I'm telling you, R-Pain, I can take somebody who made 30,000 and drop him in the Philippines, and I can tell you it's gonna be a lot easier for him to get poutine here in the Philippines versus in America at $30,000 because he's still.
You arbitrarily took 100 grand, right? Some guys go over there because the money goes further. So how you gonna make that into a fault? The fact is that so you're taking the fact that a guy is stretching his dollars and turning that into a negative, And because that could be precisely why somebody wants to go overseas, because the cost of living is cheaper. And that doesn't make that person any more or any less immoral than anybody else. I mean, what are you talking about?
That's the point. Why are you making that argument? I didn't make that argument.
You just made the argument.
That he was immoral. Listen, see, this is the problem. We don't listen to what people actually say.
That's the thing you're talking about.
We don't listen to what people say. I just said if a guy, it's easier for him to go overseas to be able to mess with these women because it's easier to impress them.
You're making the word easy into something negative. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, though. That's exactly what you're doing. Man, like everybody.
Hold on, Arpain. Let me get him. Hold on. You said that it's easier for men to go over there and mess with these women. That is a negative connotation.
No doubt.
It is projection with the premise that these guys are going over here being evil and have evil intentions. That's a disingenuous conversation that has been injected with sophistry, as we say over here, and that's the reason why these conversations get convoluted. That's right. I use high power words over here. Look it up. You find out what it is.
Let's not forget, we used to have a buddy here called We Ain't Signing. Said he spoke to his former wife. He had to go through the family and get actually vetted because I'm a guy from outside the country, and it's not as easy as you think because most women have their mother and their father. So if you go to date these women, 9 times out of 10 in these other countries, you have to go through the family first. And we ain't trying to say, hold on.
We know the process. You're not talking about what I'm talking about.
Hold on. We ain't trying to find a woman, I think I'm not trying to talk about one of these Middle Eastern countries. He said, and I quote, he almost got disqualified because of the simple fact he's from a single mother household.
But that's a small group of men. See,
man, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Let me make this statement first, and then you can ask me whatever questions you want. JT, if you really listen, don't it sound like they just here to disagree with me because they said they're even saying in their own words that American women are harder to deal with. And I say, hey, they're easier to deal with, they're easy to get along with, they're easy to get. Then they try to get mad because they try to say I'm being disingenuous. A question to you, JT. Do you feel like JT, do you feel like I came to be disingenuous? Or that's just a YouTube talking point at this point?
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
Either man, first of all, that leap that you just did was incredible. You left out a whole bunch of stuff in the middle and put it together and made this big, huge shit sandwich. Let me explain something to you, man. What's the difference between a guy getting coochie in Nevada at the Bunny Ranch than him going to Thailand? What's the difference?
I can tell you the difference.
I can tell you the difference. I'm about to say, go ahead, JT.
I can tell you the difference. For one, it's not what either man is saying is not far-fetched, dog. It's not far-fetched. I'm gonna tell you. I've been about 7
countries. You gonna answer the question? What's the difference? Bunny Ranch or Thailand? What's the difference?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the difference. In Thailand, it's way more easier to go ahead and get you a goddamn woman than it is in the Bunny Ranch because you got to spend a lot of goddamn money at the Bunny Ranch for one to get your whatever fulfilled. When you go overseas, it is not what a lot of people are saying. There are a whole bunch of damn single goddamn mamas that's overseas. I don't give a damn if you in Europe, if you in Thailand, if you over anywhere. It is not hard to find women. It is not, and it's way more easier over there. For whatever reason, it is. He is not being far-fetched, bro. At the end of the day,
he's being far-fetched. He's saying he's being disingenuous.
I'm not being. I don't understand. I understand this.
I got a second part of this. Hold on. I got a second part of the question, man.
Either man, you're right. You're right. Either man, you're right.
Here's my thing. We're acting. You're right. We're acting like
the women overseas. The women overseas are easier. Guess what else is easier? My dishwasher makes washing dishes easier. I drive an automatic versus a manual because it's easier. Everything I like making money. I invest my money in the stock market and dividend stocks. Why? Because they pay me every month because it's easier. So you're absolutely right. I don't want to have to deal with difficult women. And the most difficult women, hang on. I didn't interrupt you. The most difficult women are in the United States of America, and I don't want to deal with them. So you're absolutely right. We're the easiest women at. Point me in that direction. I don't understand why y'all even having an argument with him about this. He's right. He's absolutely right.
Tactic, that's why.
But it's not. It's not a shaming tactic. It's not working. It's weak at best. It's weak. So just let's move on. It's weak.
So I'm not going to go. This is what I'm saying, because I'm gonna still stand on what I was saying earlier. The world is your oyster. I'm telling you, it is just not. But what he's saying is not far-fetched, bro. It's not. It's not. If you go overseas, man, it's not as it is crazy how we're looking at this. We're looking at it as if we're going to a different planet. We're not going to a different fucking planet. There are different things that they look for overseas in different countries than they will over here in America also. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about, we're all agreeing on, is that as men, we all can get women if we put our mind to it. That's just what it is. What he's
the issue, JT, the issue is not getting women. JT, the issue is not getting women. The issue is building families. That is the problem.
Even if that's the case, this is the thing. You got to be serious about it. What we were talking about was passport bros, right? You just had my sister, Tough Topics, J-Mac came over here, and she was expressing how she was feeling about that whole situation, right?
Of course.
She was far-fetched off of that. It's the same thing with either man. We all have different ways on how we look at it based off of our anecdotal experiences, right? Me, anecdotally, I was in Brussels. I was in a shitload of cities in Germany. I was over in Hungary. I was over in. I never been in Asia, but I even been over in Africa. And I'm telling you right now, it's the same. If you a guy that's scared of women, you're gonna be scared of women no matter where the fuck you go. However, if we're talking about building a family, you just gotta be serious about it. That's just what it is. You know what I mean?
Ain't nothing more serious than taking your life and uprooting it and moving it to another country. That sounds like that's pretty serious to me.
Motherfuckers ain't got much of a life here anyway.
That's probably the reason why they want to leave. That's probably the reason. That's probably the reason why they want to leave. They've tried it here, and it's not an environment that's conducive to the life that they want to have. So my thing is this: if you want to leave, go ahead and leave. If that's the best thing for you to do, I don't think it's my job to sit here and try to scare men out of bettering their lives. That's, to me, that's being disingenuous. But my thing is this: if we want to just say what needs to be said and put the paper on and have enough men for these women need to be what these men want. And I think guys are shying away from that conversation because they feel like they're not going to be able to get it across, or they're not going to listen. But my thing is this: women are going to have to move on their own. Yep. Men are tired of listening to that. Nobody's tap dancing around that no more. Real men, at least, don't want to hear that.
Let me understand this. What was it that what E-Man said that was so far-fetched where we...
Because JT, you got to also take the tenor of how he said what he was saying. I mean, but he's correct technically, but when people talk, it's not just what they say.
No, it wasn't bad, man.
It's not what you said either, man. It's how you said it.
Right. Listen, I promise you, it's who I am. If Trey would have came up and said the same thing I said, our pay was like, yeah, he got a point.
Well, you don't know that. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy? And Trey and I get into it all the time.
Here's the thing. You walked into that one.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
You walked into that one.
I am literally going to Argentina because the women are easier. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You weren't thinking about that. You were like, "Oh, you're not a real man if you can't deal with an American black woman."
It was just your choice of words.
It's easier down there.
Yeah, just your choice of words just rubbed me the wrong way or something. I think you said something I get over and mess with.
Let me tell you,
but it was okay though. You're right though. You're 100%.
I can tell y'all what it is. It's really truthfully and honestly because who I am. It might be the tone of my voice. It might be how I deliver stuff. But most of y'all guys have agreed with me for the last 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Because you're right. You're right.
You're not wrong, E.
You're right. But you're right for the wrong reasons.
I was disingenuous.
No. You were right for the wrong reason. No, we were getting on you because you were making this big, huge shit sandwich and leaving out pieces of it. That's what we were trying to get on to you
let's
about.
Be honest. Let's be honest. E. You knew what the hell you were doing. Let's be real here. You knew what you were doing.
We listen, E man. Let me tell you something, man. We are familiar with female talking points. That's what we do. And when we hear them come from another man, we just gonna join you a little bit. That's all that is, man.
Especially you, E, because you know better.
So hold on, but see, the thing is, y'all talk about these female talking points, but if it's true, it's not a talking point. Most talking points can be proven to be a lie. Can we agree with that?
No,
so
we can't.
No, not always.
We need you to prove it. We don't.
This nigga still talking. Damn.
No, we prove what we say over here in writing.
And it's proven. Like, I listen. Let's talk about it because I want to talk about the passport bros. Because y'all was you talking about you dancing with the women. Y'all was dancing over here with the men. First of all, we can't start. We can't start. This is the most craziest thing I heard. We ain't gonna talk about the bad. Imagine somebody said, we ain't gonna talk about the bad police officers. We only want to talk about the good police officers because the bad ones are not a representation of our law enforcement. No, we got to talk about them all. Listen, once they put on that uniform, once they put on this thing and say that they are passport bro, they get lumped in. They come lumped inside the whole group. Do y'all agree with that or disagree with that? Before we
disagree with that.
I disagree. I disagree, and I take offense to that because you're telling me that I'm just like the officers that put a knee on George Floyd. That's disrespectful because I don't treat people. I didn't ever treated people like that. So don't lump me in. Don't lump me in with the guys that killed Philando Castile. Don't lump me in with the guys that killed Freddie Gray. Don't lump me in with the guys that killed Alton Sterling. I'm not that guy. So I have a problem with what you just said. Because I took my oath seriously and I treated people with respect, even when I didn't like them, even when they punched me and kicked me and spit on me and told me that they were going to grape my daughter and hurt my family. I still treat them with respect. I am not the same as those other officers, and that is offensive.
All right, I'm glad that you feel that way, but we still got to say that they are a representation of the police department.
No,
they're a representation of what you want them to be a representation of. But if I pulled you over either man, you would not, when we're done, you would not be thinking that I treated you the same way as those other officers. You would have said, you know what? He was fair with me. That's what you would have said.
So either man, are you saying this though? Are you saying this? Are you saying that the majority of people look at all cops the same way? Because I get exactly what Trey is saying, but are you saying that the majority of people still are going to look at cops I don't like cops? When they say I don't like cops, they don't give a fuck who it is. Because I've heard people that say this: if you are a police officer and you are wearing that badge, you ain't shit just like the rest of them because you ain't speaking up for the rest of them. And I understand why Trey is saying, wait a minute, motherfucker, that ain't me. And then,
I got a better analogy, JT.
So I understand exactly both sides of that whole
There's
concept.
no both sides. There's no both sides.
And we do speak up, by the way. We do speak up. Just because it's not on the evening news doesn't mean that we don't speak up. We do speak up.
So, but what I'm saying is this: I just want to get so we can move forward.
Okay.
What either man saying is that the majority of people still look at all cops are being fucked up. The majority of people, not all.
But JT, that's not the point here. The point here is he's making this. Why are we going to talk about the worst of the passport bros? It's like me. Either man is a family man, but it's like me treating him like a goddamn Pookie or Ray Ray. What's the difference? What's the difference? If I look at him and I say, you just like a Pookie or Ray Ray.
Right. So what he's saying though is this: because they are a loud majority. This is that I don't know how I even got this shit in my lexicon, but it's the loud majority. I mean, not
loud minority.
The loud minority.
No, you said it right the first time.
This passport bro shit does. I've seen it. I've observed that how it's taken amok, and I'm confused. Like, first and foremost, how did it become a thing, right? Motherfuckers been doing this forever. However, it is a thing. It is.
I'm gonna
So
tell
now,
you why it became a thing.
where do we go
When you
from there?
remove resources, when you remove resources from people who depend on it, they're gonna sit up there and say it's a problem with it. That's the reason why. We're not tap dancing around this anymore. You can't say that Coretta Scott King and Rosa Parks is in the same ilk as Sexy Red and the Booty Hole Brown. We can't do that. But here's the thing. But what you're doing is you're trying to paint all the passport bros with the same brush that one or two idiots are doing, and that's disingenuous.
Either man, do you cheat on your wife?
All married men cheat on their wife. That's what we heard. That's what we heard.
You cheat on your wife.
That's cool.
By your, I'm using the same.
You can feel that way though. Listen,
I'm using the same logic.
I don't have a problem, Trey. I have no problem with you feeling that way. You feeling that I cheat on my wife doesn't move me.
No. This is not. Stop. I'm not gonna let you do that. This is not about a feeling. It's not about a feeling. This is logic. Your logic is that if you put on the same suit, you are a part of the group. So if married men cheat on their wives and you're a married man, that means you cheat on your wife. By your logic, I'm just using your same logic.
But y'all didn't even let me finish my logic before y'all didn't even let me finish my logic. Based on what y'all guys are saying, y'all need to stop talking about women. Because I believe it's a small group of women, these hoes that y'all talk about, and the majority of the women are not moving the way that y'all say. But it's okay for us on these platforms to talk about these small group of hoes and actually project that.
Did I not just tell J Mac that I'm not going to let Suki Hana or Sexy speak for her? Did I not just say that?
You said that.
I definitely just said I'm not going to let Suki Hana, Sexy Red, Ice Spice, Glorilla speak for women like J Mac. I literally just said that.
You did. Yes, you
did. I
did.
heard what you said, but I'm telling you, if you take the majority of these conversations, I believe y'all talking about the minority of women, not the majority of women.
We're not even talking about women, though.
No, listen, damn, y'all can't
No. You said these conversations. Listen, either man, use your words. You said these conversations. You talking to us, goddammit. That means when you say us, you're including us in the fucking group.
So y'all don't talk about women. Y'all talk about
this conversation.
Now you want to listen to the point because I'm drawing a conclusion. I know it might be hard for y'all to follow along.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
The point that I'm saying is when we talk about women, we don't talk about the majority. We talk about the hoes. We talk about the ones that we feel does not fit. So when I start talking about the passport bros, now y'all only want me to talk about the good ones. I'm asking a simple question. Why don't we only talk about the good women then? Like if we gonna be fair, if we gonna be fair, we gonna be transparent. We only want to follow these rules when it's convenient to us on YouTube.
But they aren't a majority though. E, you're trying to make it seem like the majority of women are good women. That's not true.
I'm trying to make it that majority.
No, could you at least acknowledge what he just said?
Your argument is
you at least acknowledge what he just said?
Yeah, the majority of women are not good women, so that's why we don't talk about them.
I disagree with him. I don't think that 51% of the women out here are bad women.
Are you out of your fucking
I disagree.
mind?
I think it's higher than 51%.
You know the funny part about it. Trey taught me something. The last time I was over here, I was just listening to Trey's response, and you know what? Everybody seemed to found the good one. You know what? Hey, she was special. The reason I had a baby mama because she was special. I ain't never met nobody like her. And I heard guy after guy. If I asked R. Payne about his wife, she was different. She was special. And it's funny that we find all of these women out here that's quote unquote the married dudes. We think to the single dudes. No, listen, because R. Payne, ain't your wife special? Ain't she different? So that's the point.
But you don't. But either man, if you landed for a second, first of all, I'm one of the kind of guys who don't agree that most of the women are bad. They're just silent and they hide behind the rest of the bad ones. So I'm not a big. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So when you paint all of us by this brush you're painting us by, you don't even know what you're talking about.
But that's my point.
I tell men, wait a minute, hold on. Before Trey always tells me this. You're not in the dating market, so you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I tell men that you got to look harder than I
Damn,
did
that was
in
good.
87. If you want a good woman, you got to look harder. You got to go through more numbers. So there are women out there, and I say that all the time.
Hold on, but no, let's just go with our pain point. So if you believe that the majority of the women, hold on, listen, if you believe the majority of the women are not bad women, and you spend a lot of time talking about the bad women, when you say that you're talking about the minority,
about the bad women.
No, we're talking about the majority.
No. Trey, listen to what he said. He said
Listen to
majority
what I
of the
said,
women.
because you clearly didn't hear it. I said that there's good women out there, but you got to go through more numbers to find them. I didn't say
He don't know. He don't know. He ain't been
Come
on the date in 30
Trey,
years. What are you talking about?
I get what you're saying, Trey, and I understand what you're saying, Trey. He just went on record. We can run the tape back that said the majority of women are not bad women. Do everybody agree on that?
He's not qualified, E.
You didn't say that?
No, I didn't. You ain't listening.
Okay.
Hey, E-Man, real quick, if I can ask E-Man a question real quick, and I'm going to let y'all have it. Either man, so look at this right here, what Lou Medic said. He says about find a wife. So if you're a spiritual person, you're a Christian, right? So the Bible does say, he who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Meaning, if I got to go find her, it ain't going mathematically, like he just said in this comment, that means it's going to be very few. And then if you go to Proverbs 31, it says, a virtuous woman, who can find one? She's rare, like rubies, right? So if from biblical standpoint, it is going to be very hard to find a good woman. And the majority of women, the Bible is telling us in these scriptures that the majority of women are not going to be good women. You got to find them.
See,
so,
but
that means the majority of women are not good women.
See, but that's so. Let's talk about Bible since we're gonna buy. It said find a woman. It didn't say it was hard to find. It didn't say it was difficult to find. It's saying that she just have a covering. That means a covering where you can't see her as easily. Like we put these words in the,
that is not what that says.
Not what
that is not what that says.
Proverbs 31 says,
I'm going scripture by scripture. Hold on. I'm going scripture by scripture. The first scripture that he talked about was he that finds a wife. He didn't say that was going to be difficult. It didn't say that it was going to be challenging. It didn't say none of those things. It just said that you had to find her. That means that you had to put in to find something. You have to put some effort in. Y'all disagree with that first part?
That's what I said.
Okay, go to the second one.
Do you have to be an American?
Let's go to 31. Let's go to Proverbs 31. Come on.
So we not saying that you have to.
Come on.
Don't stop. You on a roll. Come on. Proverbs 31.
All right. So then when we start talking about Proverbs 31, we start talking about a virtuous woman. I believe a lot of women don't follow God. They don't have the lining of what it takes to be a virtuous woman, right? All right.
That means the majority of women are good.
Hold on, no, listen. A virtuous woman and a good woman are two different descriptions. Do you agree with that? No. See, that's what I'm saying. If you look at virtuous, up the definition of virtuous, and you look at the definition of good, it's two different definitions. So first of all, for you to be a virtuous woman, you have to be a woman that follows Christ, right? You have to be a spiritual-led woman. But can you be a good woman that don't believe in God?
Yes.
Stop. We're not going to move the goalposts. No. We're going to answer what Black Man just said. You just tried to move the goalposts. We're going to deduct 2 points. No, we're not going to do that. Answer the man's question. Answer the man's question.
I did answer his question. Maybe you didn't hear me, but I answered the question.
No, you're not going to shame me, sir. You're not going to shame me, sir.
It's not.
No. You're going to talk. I'm going to talk. We're not going to do that tonight. We're not going to do that tonight. We're not going to do that. Listen, let me explain something to y'all, man. When we have these conversations up here, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time going back and forth, moving the goalposts when you're wrong. When people ask you a direct question, we want a direct answer. All this tap dancing is wasting people's time. That man asked you, who can find a virtuous woman? She is rare, like rubies. You made the point earlier that the majority of women are good. So now you calling God a lie. I'm taking offense to that. I'm taking offense to that.
And guess what? Under virtuous, as the definition, it says similar goodness.
Thank you. We're talking. We're not going to argue synonyms. We're not going to split hairs. We're not going to do that. We're not going to tap that. If you let me explain something. If you want to have this argument, take that somewhere else. We're not going to do that over here. So I don't know about y'all, but I value these men's time. I value our audience's time. We're not going to split hairs. That's not what we're going to do. Go ahead, JT. I apologize.
No, it's fine. So look, I wanna just change gears just for a minute.
Okay.
You know who my brother Mr. Let It Go, right? Mr. Let It Go. I'm gonna play a couple of his videos right quick, man. I want us to go before we get up out of here. The 3 hour mark, and I want to just go and play these videos and see what we
Hey, JT, we're up tonight, man. We're up tonight.
Yeah, buddy. It's rocking. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play this right here, and then we'll have conversation as soon as the video is over. Let's go.
And I go on a date. You were ready to jump off a bridge, but you just sat here and told me you didn't want a relationship.
A lot of people just want to be in a relationship so they can have unprotected sex. And they don't really want to be in a relationship for real. They don't want to go through the relationship stuff for real. They just want to have unprotected sex with a person that's not having sex with somebody else for a long period of time until they get tired of them. And then they're going to go have unprotected sex with another person and do the same shit with them.
I've never thought about this before, but you made me onto something.
Yeah.
Like,
it's all about unprotected sex.
It's all about unprotected sex. Yeah. Like, because you're right. Like, the only way for me to guarantee that you're not doing it with anybody else, or for me to kind of feel safe in this space and I have to worry about who else you're doing this with is, well, baby, let's be in a relationship.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why we be trying to figure out why our boyfriends act like they don't like us.
All right, so that's the one. So y'all just stick a pin in that one right there. Stick a pin in that one, and I'm gonna play this other one that we have. It's made like. Nope, that's not it. Do I get the right one? That'll be it.
What's a scam that's become so normalized that we don't even realize it's a scam anymore?
Ooh, I got one. Marriage. Marriage is a big scam. It doesn't benefit the woman at all.
That wasn't the one that I wanted because it showed the whole thing. And it was, but you guys get the gist of it. So the first one was, all right. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this first one. Is it a bad thing for a man to get with a woman because he just wants to have unprotected sex with her? Exclusively, where he doesn't have to use condoms and all that shit or whatever. Is this a bad thing? Is it a good thing? How do we even look at this shit right here? Do most guys have relationships with women for the simple fact that they want to have unprotected sex with them? I'm gonna go with Trey Ferg first, and I'm gonna see what he got to say. I'm gonna go with
Okay, so I don't know. I can't speak for 2023, 2024. I would think most men would want to have sex. I don't think that if you just look at this space, and a lot of those men are just not getting those opportunities. I think almost everybody, I always go with the adult age, want to have sex. Whether they have the opportunity, it's hard to say, because you hear a lot of guys who, if you listen to these statistics, half the guys seem like they're not having any sex at all. They'd rather have a Xbox and a bottle of lotion by their side. But I think the scary part is, you cannot afford to have unprotected sex today. I don't give a damn if you're getting it every day. with a woman that you just met, or a woman that you're laying up with, or you creeping with, or whatever, this is not the time to be having unprotected sex. One, that package is running rampant in the community. So if you catch it, then that's on you. Your days are numbered. Please don't spread it to everybody else once you get it.
So are you saying, Ferg? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
So are you saying that even if you're in an exclusive relationship, so you think it's an exclusive relationship, that you should have protected sex?
Yes. If you're not marrying that person, you're not married, I wouldn't take the chance today. And that's, you protect yourself because we already saying it's a bad deal anywhere you go. So if you're not committed and you're not married, you don't want to jeopardize your 21-year-old self all the way to you in your mid-40s of paying for a child that you've been able to establish and maintain a relationship is less than 50%. So I just wouldn't even I would definitely protect myself. Men are going to have sex. These young women, they want to get it in too. That's why they have the 2 or 3 guys in their pool, because they got somebody coming over whatever time it is that they off, and they can get it in. They can get it in. So, but I would just think protect yourself, man. It's too risky out here. If you want to have opportunity to travel the world, especially while you're young, man, put a condom on them, a Jimmy hat, put 2 or 3 on, smell it before you try it, put your finger, whatever test you got to do before you get that. Other than that, it's a crapshoot, man. We seeing what the results are here. We seeing what the results are. So protect yourself.
So R-Pain.
Yes, sir.
Even if you're married, do you think that you should still?
Well, listen, that whole narrative that I'm married and I don't know what the fuck is going on is a Trey narrative that only he could say. Okay, everybody else, I ain't taking this shit. Listen, I know more about women than most men because I haven't spent the last 38 years trying to scope it. All right, so I talked to. Listen, to answer your original question. First of all, just the basic question is no, it's not right to do that. Okay. However, most men don't have to do that. A lot of women ain't requiring relationships. They want to get down, right? So you don't even have to go through the rules of having a relationship to get some ass from a lot of these chicks. Okay. So it is wrong if that's what you do. But again, you don't need to do that anymore. Back in the day, women used to you had to have some kind of promise of something back in my day, for the most part, for most of the women. Today is not true. And I go with Trey. If you're going to fool around with a woman, understand your consequences of going raw. And let me also tell you, nobody says this, but most of the women these days who get raw dog, they're telling those guys not to put on a condom.
Okay, so Trey.
God damn it, R-Pain, I agree with you 100%. Everything you said, I agree with
Thank you, sir.
You don't need to be in a relationship to have raw sex. And I have been in situations where women have questioned me about what am I doing with it, even thinking about putting the condom on. I completely agree with you. And this notion that because you're married somehow means you're not going to catch an STD is crazy to me when we know how often men and women both cheat. So the STD rates disagree with what Mr. Letgo is saying, and the amount of promiscuous, unprotected fornication that is happening out here also disagrees.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you agree with
JT, the short of it is that R-Pain is correct for once in his life. It is a whole lot of hot, steaming hot pussy getting smashed out here, raw. R-Pain's right. I gotta agree with him. I agree with 100%.
Oh, CBN. CBN.
I've arrived. I gotta pick up my man contact.
Wow.
Do you believe that a man should only have unprotected sex with a woman that he's in an exclusive relationship with, or do you think the man should even have even with their wife?
Yo, your breath hot, bro. Don't do that.
No, because after what Trey just said, I was like, how am I gonna follow that one right there? That's the seriously speaking, from a cultural standpoint, I'll say wrap it up 10 times. Not one time, not 2 times, not 5 times, 10 times. Let me tell you why I say that. I'm on TikTok. I speak to a lot of young girls from my country. Ask what the temperature over there. They say right now, if any idiotic man have the audacity to sleep with a girl without protection, and this one, it don't take once, he get knocked up. Just know they're looking for you behind. They'll send man with cutlass coming after your ass, drag you. You're gonna have a shotgun wedding. You're not gonna be going around sleeping with somebody else's daughter, thinking there's no repercussions. That's happening in Africa. Other countries, I don't want to know what brutality they put on these men right now. So stop being saying, Mr. Letgo, it's a joke. I will not even invite my son. I think if you try that, my boy, don't come back to this household. Real talk.
All right.
That's not happening.
All right. Okay, loss. Brother, men only get into relationships because they only want to have unprotected sex with women until they're done with them. Do you agree with that, and why or why not?
It depends on the man. You know what you really want, man. Most guys today, they already know, I'm not finna get married. I'm not finna, get entangled with the government or whatever. So if they can get away with it, they can get away with it. But if you want to be a husband or something like that, I suggest you wait, bro. Because the mere fact that paternity can be in question is a deterrent enough. You know what I mean? It was just like I think Melanie King had a show where she had a guy that was down at the deletion clinic, and like 30% of those guys weren't even the father. You see what I'm saying? Who wants to deal with that? You got guys on the hook for years of child support, and that ain't even their kid. So they even had to institute a law in Tennessee where it's mandatory now that you do a paternity test before you even go on the birth certificate. Now the fact that they have to do that is all I need to know. So there are guys who would hit it easy if they wanted to, but those guys are probably not thinking anyway. My thing is this: it's not so much as getting a woman pregnant, it's catching something that you have to keep forever. You see what I'm saying? And to me, if you catch a disease and you can't get rid of it, it don't matter whether or not you're hitting somebody raw. Even if you do that, you'll find out the hard way that you can even be held criminally, knowing full well that you got a STD and you're around here sleeping with women raw. You can go to jail. So I would suggest that men just don't do it. Find your woman, get married or whatever, and do it the right way. And don't, throw your junk on the crap table of life. Don't do that.
All right. Most definitely. All right, y'all. I got another video. I want to go ahead and I want to ask.
I would say this with the men in that position, just make sure that you make your intentions known.
Right.
Like if you just want to have relationships with them, just make that intention known so you will eliminate. Well, you can probably try to eliminate a lot of that headache that come after in case you just want to move on. Because a lot of times men don't state it. They just say what they got to say to get the draws. But if they make it known, it'll eliminate a whole lot. Because most of these women want to have sex anyway. If they're attracted to you, they're going to bust it open for you. You can bring over some Casamigo or whatever. You can just talk to them right then. They're going to bust it open. So just be intentional about what you're doing. That's all.
For sure. So let me ask the question by a show
What
of
you know
hands.
about Casamigos, old man?
By a show of hands. How many of you guys think that men are zealous and jealous and territorial? By a show of hands.
Do I think what? Say one more time, JT.
How many of you guys think that men are zealous, jealous, and territorial when it comes down to that woman? Damn, I gotta raise my hand too. So
no, don't do it because you feel pressure. Now do it because you feel it's in your heart.
I do it because I watched this video for a minute, and the Honorable Louis Farrakhan said this right here.
No man wants you to give your attention to another man. That's out. Am I lying, brother? He's made like God. God say, the Lord thy God am a jealous God. That's right. I don't want you, Israel, to have another God beside me. That's it. That's the way a man is when he love a woman. He don't want that woman looking at nobody. Am I lying, brother?
So let me ask you guys, are you overbearing when you have that type of an attitude when it comes down to your woman? Are you that man are you insecure? Because a lot of women would say that you're insecure. If you
A lot of women would be wrong.
Let me just go first. Let me get it. I'll be real quick.
They're not wise.
Just no. You don't have to be overbearing if you pick the right woman. Like, that's why I tell men that your woman has to be more enamored with you, or as much, and you have to be sure about that she looks at you as the one. Because once a woman looks at you as the one, she's not looking anymore. So when you hear women out there saying, so that takes care of a lot of that. If you're confident in that you can read somebody. So if you ever hear a woman that you're courting says that she wants you to be more in love with her than she is with you, don't go any further than maybe busting the cheeks, because she's still looking. She's still looking. So your one, my wife is enamored with me, right? It makes me confident enough that I don't have to worry about it, right? Now, you could be wrong, but I think I know how to read women a little bit better, only because of the way she acts and what she chooses to do for me. And because you got to look at it can't just be words. It's got to be more than that. But if you're not attentive to that, you might miss it. So that's my answer. I'll end it there.
All right, Ferg, what do you think, man? What's your contribution?
I mean, I can speak from my own experience. I appreciate the fact that my wife goes as hard for me than she does, and she has no problem letting you know. You can walk out, you can crawl out, you can get carried out, you can have an open casket, you can have a closed casket, you can be cremated. but that's how much, looking at the time that I've been around her, that's how much that's how hard she's going to go for me, and that's how much she's going to protect me. So in knowing that, it gives me the comfort to know that I can do what I need to do to always be the man that I am and be the one that can provide her the advice that she needs when she's trying to work things out, be that level-headed person coming in with the word to say, despite this, we can still do what we need to do. So I think just being in that space today, there's nothing, and as far as me, I don't do a lot of talking if it comes to protecting what I know is mine. And knowing that she got my back, I'm going to bite your neck off. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to make sure that I'm doing the best to protect my house, my family. And I make sure I get a dog that, like I got a German Shepherd, and if you ain't smelling right, she going to get you too. But I think, what I'm saying, in that capacity, as far as a husband, yes. But as far as a woman out there that I was dating, and it's like, okay, well, you still got the option to choose who you want. I'm not gonna keep you from it. If you choose someone outside of me, good luck. Thank you for saving me a lot of time, wasting a lot of energy and resources, and then I can go find someone that can look me in my eye and say, I'm with you. So, I don't know. It's hard to say today, man.
Most definitely. CBN, how do they do it in your country? You already know. We already know.
Oh, don't be offended now. You just told us a whole damn story about how they do it in your country, and now you want to be offended.
Let me play this. Even we ain't trying to set it very correctly. In Africa, most African countries, you gotta pay a freaking dowry. If you don't put that bride price down, you ain't touching that goddamn woman. Period. And they're very territorial. But what I do saw when I was a young teen, hey, that woman that you pay a price for, did not live up to what she says she is, there's gonna be a refund. If I give your father 50 goats, you better give my 50 goat back. If I give your papa 50 cows,
What?
I want those 50 cows back. I ain't hearing that. They're not playing around there. They're not playing around there at all. Because I've seen men drag the woman out of the house. The mother and the father of that woman begging, please forgive her, please forgive her. She go to church. They know. Take your daughter now and get out of. Hey, I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling a lot of American women. You don't have to eat outside the country. You don't. Some of these men don't play this game. They're very territorial. I'll let you know. If you're not under his program, you get the boot.
Let me ask you a question, Black David. What do you get for 50 goats, man? What kind of woman can I expect for 50 goats?
And
50 goat or more.
Yeah. I'm curious.
I'm be honest with you. 50 goat or more, she might be a princess because you're married to the family, and chances is you might get a piece of that land.
I'm not done.
They don't play
But
around.
they value goats.
When I talk about generational wealth, it's a big deal over there.
Well, let me ask, what do I get for 100 goats?
Man, you really asking for more. You
No,
asking
here's my thing. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm trying to figure out what's the equivalent. I'm trying to figure out what the equivalent
these are
of
good
50
questions.
goats.
Yeah, what's the exchange here?
Yeah. Am I going to get the equivalent of what I'm getting over here? Or do I need to put more goats down?
No, you get better.
How much for the down payment? Is it just 2 cows before I deliver the other goats?
Right, because listen, it's this Nigerian woman in this gym, and if all that's gonna take is 100 goats with the body she got, I'll go get me. I'll go find 100 goats.
So that's what I'm talking about. Well, hey, I want to know what kind of goat. What I'm getting for 50 goats. Is that the virgin package? You know what I'm saying? Is that somebody who don't have kids? You know what I'm saying? Well, what I got to get to? What I got to pay for to get up to that?
Man,
it's a virgin.
Because
it's a virgin.
Man, I'm gonna go raise me some goats, bro.
It's a virgin.
If that's what it takes.
Because this is what I'm trying to say. The level of quality women that have outside these countries, these type of family, they don't play around because these daughters, I hate to say this, they are more fearful of destroying their parents' name than anything else. I remember I talked about this last year. The last name is a big deal, right? If you are a daughter of a very prominent family, the father is still alive, doing great things, and you go behind closed door and stain that name, two things can happen. Either you pay the price or you get completely exiled. So when you marry women from that type of prestige, this is not a joke at all. It's a big, big deal.
I believe
not a lot of guys can meet those type of quality women. I remember, like I said, Johnny said, the woman that he married, their dad almost completely disqualified him because he came from a single mom household.
Why do you think that is, Black David? Why do you think that is?
Most men believe if a man who is properly brought up but have both mother and father, their father had to instill some level of discipline and culture and structure in their son. That is number one. They had to also have to nurture it from their mother as well. But when they look at the man, before they look at you, they look at your parent first. See how your mom and how your father conduct themselves. It's like a vetting process. If my daughter gonna marry this son, I can see how the mother and the father really is. If the mother and father are uniquely distinguished, that means they come that particular breed that's completely different. Because, like you said, we look at the girls out here in the US, you can tell off the back, then I come from a prestigious breed. You not want to mess with that. They're tainted. Or see people who have their kids raised a certain way. It's a lineage. It's a generational wealth. It's a history that come along with that. This why when guys go out there, you may find the easy one who come from poverty, but those who are not in poverty, they don't really play around with that. They don't. Chances is you marry the daughter, the guy like you. If you got no son, you can be his next son. Take over the business. And the business could be a multi-billion dollars, we never know what it is. These are things I tell people. It's not so simple marrying somebody else's daughter from another country. You
Right.
know that behind that family.
Right.
So when you paying a dowry, I'm sure throughout last year, I see a lot of African weddings, how they really go down.
Right. Let me ask you a question. If we had a dowry system here in America, what would we expect for equal value here in America? Just out of your opinion.
Sewer trash.
Man.
We got blue
I
lights.
tried to avoid that question because that's actually 10 years ago. And I was like, I don't know.
Oh, stop.
No. Listen, you just told us. You just told us 500 goats to get us the top of the line over there.
Let me explain why I say that. No, let me explain why I say that.
For the equivalent here in
America
America.
had a
No, let me
dowry
explain why.
system,
When you have a
what would be the
dowry
equivalent?
system
Answer
here,
the question.
no, in the public, if you have a dowry system here, here's what's going to happen. A lot of women are not going to be qualified for that type of dowry system. If anything, they're not qualified for one goat. Let's be honest.
Not even one hoot nanny.
Sexy red not even qualified for the milk of a goat, to be honest with you.
Can't even get a cup of milk for sexy red.
Hell no.
No goat milk.
Nothing.
Half a pint. What about the cheese? No
Man,
goat cheese.
She might get the if she's not careful.
Yeah.
They don't play around.
So what you're saying?
College. Well, I joked about it in college. If you have a dowry system here, do you know how many women will be disqualified? A lot.
Yeah. And you're like, I'm not giving you a turtle for this shit.
So that goes back to
shells.
2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree.
And a partridge or a
I
pear
want to joke up
exactly.
in college. People thought I was crazy when I brought up my African brother. Yes, it's true because you bring that dowry system over here. You know how many women would not even make it past one goat?
I give you one LG eater.
Exactly. But see, here's the thing. That goes back to what Black Man Unfiltered was saying earlier, before we was sidetracked with the shuffling. You know what I'm saying? And the tap dancing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to bring up old stuff, but you just proved Black Man Unfiltered's point about who can find a virtuous woman. And then we had other people who want to make it seem like it's all green grass out here. You know what I'm saying? But by sheer numbers, it don't support that. So I was just asking you the reason why. If you could convert,
why you think I took a deep breath?
If you could convert the dowry system from over there to over here, I just wanted to know what the equivalent would be. And you just let us know.
This would be a great show, y'all. Hold on. This would be a great show because fuck all that passport. We'll use that shit. But I think that we should be able to have a conversation about the real value of the women, because I think it goes down to the value of women. Because even when even man was saying, I was just like, yeah, I still agree with what he was saying when it came down to getting women. But if we're talking about the value of a woman, and we talk about some goddamn goats and chickens and
are you worth 50 goats? You know what I'm saying? Are you worth 500 goats? That'd be a hell of a damn title.
You know what? I think we should get a picture. We should get some women, put them up on pictures and see how many goddamn
put a scale of women on one side and then some goats on the other.
Well, I'm telling y'all right now. I'm telling y'all right now. I'm selling the whole farm for Bernie Burgers. I'm just letting y'all know right now. Don't be surprised. I don't want y'all to act crazy when I say.
When you asked me that question,
I'm selling
I was like, "Oh
farm,
no!"
The entire farm for Bernie Burgers.
Because it is.
We're gonna have to
hold on.
JT, we're gonna have to burn this whole entire show straight to DVD.
Hold on. Lost in translation, JT. Let's be honest here. Throughout last year and year before that, they have been posting a lot of weddings, right? You look at African American women, how they conduct themselves, right? When you look at African weddings, be honest with me, and I'm not saying to take my word for it. Do you not see a level of prestige when they have African wedding compared to American wedding and how they conduct themselves?
Yeah, them weddings are
You not see
lavish, man.
it's lavish,
I've
but
seen
they
them.
don't
They're
play
lavish.
around. But here's the funny thing about the culture was when people went to my sister wedding almost a decade ago. When you are a woman from a prestigious family and you well known from that community, all the elders from other families they coming, right? They're wearing their great outfits. It is a known culture in our country. Mostly in the wedding, we throw money on the bride as a way of blessing her. But mind
That's
you,
right.
she is fully clothed. If you are that woman that draw
But y'all
the
was
ire
just
of a
making
lot
it
of these uncles and these elders because they would their son can marry you, the amount of money they're spraying on you, it can range from a couple of thousand to almost a half a mil.
That's what's
Yes.
up.
Look what Lou said. He said PSI with extra controllers and unlimited access to steak and potatoes.
Lou, you're wrong. Lou, you're so wrong for that. You're
Oh
so
my
wrong.
God.
Hey, so
Check it
JT,
ready
you
to
got
be
some more
But
questions?
Check it ready to be a pair of
this
loose
is what I was
boards.
talking about because I watched 20
You got
weddings
one.
I watched 20 weddings last year, and I was looking at how much money they were spending, and they were spending a whole lot of money on the bride.
So
And a lot of these elders, they're not regular elders. They got wealth, they got riches, they got resources.
But
So
let
you
me
can
ask you this.
tell
Why do
that
they
one
let
from
me ask you this, Black David? Why is it that they have wealth?
Please give us a short answer.
Yeah, please.
2-parent household. They keep it within the family, and they make sure they build on and pass on to the next generation. That's simple.
Okay. How
They
come
don't
we
play
can't
around.
buy that here? Do we
right.
how much of them Nigerian goats, man? I think we can convert the system over here to get this thing started. We may
They're
not be able
between
to
40 and
benefit from
60.
the listen,
They're
Trey, we may
between
not benefit from the future, but we can at least get that thing started for the next generation. You know what I'm saying?
lost in translation. The
What's
price
that?
of a goat over there is
technically,
between
lost. That's
$40 and
what we're supposed to be doing it
$65.
for anyway. We're
Say
supposed to be
what?
doing. We're supposed to be setting it up for the next generation anyway.
Right.
So,
The cost of a goat is $40 to $65, depending on the supply, and and some goats can go up to between $1,000 if it's a good male. So if you got a good group of male goats, you can get close to 1,000. Good breeding female, you get about 500 to 1,000. So if you get some baby goats, some little does, you get about 250. So
He
you mix it up.
get the picture. He get the picture.
You
So
might spend
imagine 50
$50,000
goats.
on your wife,
So basically it comes back down to 20 in the front and 40 in the back. You know what I'm saying?
hey, lost. It always come. It
based
always
off
come
of how
back
many goats.
around full circle. It always come back around full circle.
Don't it though?
And
It always come back to $40.
when you asked me that question, I was like, this is not going to look good right now because when you say bring that dowry system over here, I'm not going to lie, on a college campus, you got into a fight over this because we were telling people not many women were not going to meet the dowry system. They think I would play. I think you have no idea. It's not that simple.
I got a couple of snails. I got
20%.
It's not that.
Yo. Hey, your boy got an answer, man. He said, CBN, how much can I get for Meg the Stallion?
Yeah.
Less than
about 20 goats.
You got to throw a cow in there too, a chicken, a couple chickens or
She
something.
ain't getting no
They
cow.
don't use cows. They don't want no cows.
No. She's not getting a cow because first and foremost, who's her parents?
Oh wow.
Meg
the Stallion can't even
No,
get a
no,
goat?
not her specifically for the Meg Thee Stallion type, bro. Body wise.
Body yada yada yada.
They don't.
You know
They
what I'm
don't care
saying?
about They don't care about the body because they found plenty like that with the body.
You think I'm trading in 300 goats for a flatback?
Let's play this. Let's play this. Africa, we don't have flatback that easy.
That's why Clement's asking, brother.
That's right.
Yes.
Maybe if you're looking for an African version, not a mega style, you may get like maybe 4 or 5 goats, or maybe 10. But there are a lot
That's
of ones
it?
that
You gotta.
no, but then why?
I can do 10 goats now. Come on,
let me tell you why I say that. You get a lot of them body wise, but you're not asking about what's
Hey,
coming
Lit,
from.
you doing the math?
I'm doing the math, man. Hold on, I can tell you exactly how much it's gonna be.
Here's the
She
question.
said 45 goats.
Lord, you say body wise. You need to ask them, but what kind of family they're coming
That's
from.
180 goats, man.
That a lot.
Oh yeah,
There's a lot of women in
No,
our
that's
country.
$180.
I can do that.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
about 5 goats.
There's a
Man.
lot of women in our
Hey,
country
hey,
that got
hey,
bodies.
Lit, hey, Lit,
$40 a wop.
that was my bar tab
Let's
on
let
New
it go,
Year's.
man.
And that's not true. So you're not asking about the prestige of the family they're coming from. That's a different story.
Okay,
Hey,
so
we-
Adam, okay, come on, CBN. You keep taking us the long way. You long
Yeah,
stroking
man.
like,
Just
like
I'm
lead
not long
attorney,
it.
bro. Like, listen, give me a Megan Thee Stallion type body wise with the prestige. She comes from a good family, great family. What we talking? 100 goats, 150 goats,
200.
200.
Yeah.
Shit sold. Let's go.
Done.
CBN, we
I'll
getting our
take
passport. We
that
going to
tomorrow.
Nigeria, baby.
Do you know
All right,
why?
y'all,
Do you know why? There'll be other people competing against you for that woman.
That's all right.
It'll be keep going up. It'll be a goddamn nation of goddamn goats.
Oh,
Y'all.
wait, hold up. On these dowries, they do it like an auction style.
Dude, you ever see one whereby she got like 20 suitors and she turned them down and they keep coming back begging the father to she have not picking. When she picks, she picks.
Oh, now you really talking my language. I love a good competition. Now we
Right.
talking.
So they don't play
Now
around.
we talking.
They gonna be getting all kind of guys.
I'm finna give me some goats. Hey,
Hey,
Trey, I'm
JT,
finna give
you
me
gonna have to make this a topic, JT.
Hey, Trey, I'm gonna have to give me some
So,
ghosts with the scat
If
pack
you're
on
gonna
them. You know
make
what I'm
this,
saying?
no, hold on, time out. If you're gonna make that a topic, hold on. If you're gonna make it a topic,
Hey,
no,
Lit,
hold
you
on.
gonna get the jailbreak goats. You get the
JT,
jailbreak
watch your
goats.
translation. If
That's
you're gonna make
it.
it a topic, you need men of prestige on this panel, and because they understand the dowry
Well,
system.
that means
They know
we
the
gotta
history
have
behind
10 or 15 hours.
So,
That's
so man, if you're gonna be moving, that way,
down on.
Because you know why? When you start
already-
rating women, if you start rating women based on classism and how the quality of the person, I promise you, it's not gonna be as stupid as think it is. They look at the prestige of the family. They look at the history of your family. Look at your background.
Women all across the world and see what
Man,
They don't play around.
instead of
With-
buying some new Jordans and some new clothes,
Man,
Hey,
goats
gonna
have
have
the
some
same
chrome
goat.
hey, Black David. I was in Ghana January last year. I could not believe the body types and what I was seeing. Like just normal women who worked at the front desk. Like the way they were just shaped. I was like, this is unreal. Like
Hey, Montre, don't spill out the beans because if you spill out a little bit too much, go top following.
man, you already put us on game with the ghosts, man. No,
you already told us what it was.
You already told me to get me some ghosts and put some chrome feet on them. All of them gonna have gold chains on. It's going down, man. It's going down.
You told me take the windows, get a new sound system. I'm good.
Here's the problem. There are a lot of people already moving to Ghana already after this.
Yes,
They don't want to come
because
back.
the property's cheap. You can get a mansion for like 300,000.
Yeah.
Telling the truth.
Yeah.
Remember JT?
All right,
Remember the
guys.
video? Remember the video I gave to JT?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. See,
Okay then.
my man, he had the hookup. But hey, this is my last video, man. We're gonna do final thoughts after this right here. This right here is not. It definitely changes the game. I just wanted to put this last video out here on, and then basically we all probably gonna say the same motherfucking thing after this video because it ain't what you think it is. Let's go.
You can't answer the question with the question. Yeah, define the woman without saying woman. What is a woman?
That's a stupid question, dude. That's a dumb question.
What is a woman? It's not a trick question. What is a woman?
Someone who identifies as a woman.
You can't answer the question with the question. Yeah, define the woman without saying woman.
It's a social role.
You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
How about you talk to someone with media training? How about you talk to someone
You don't need media training. It's not a trick. What is a woman? You can't answer the question with the college kids of America going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt who think it's a trick question when you ask them what a woman is.
That's the whole thing of delusion, y'all. You had a
Kind of
man
remind us of a little conversation we had a few minutes ago.
That's less than half a cow.
Hate makers, bitch.
I just wanted to put something on the people's mind that this is the world that we living in right now. Is fucking delusional, where you have a lot of these college kids. That's why my man was on the college campus, and I guarantee, even over here in Michigan University, University of Michigan, Michigan State, you're gonna have those same stupid ass goddamn answers. They can't even answer what a fucking woman is, and we have a problem with this shit. And we have people that we all know that subscribe to this dumbass shit. Gotta change the way we think, y'all.
Hey, JC, let me add this too. When you get a chance, go watch a documentary. Matt Walsh did an excellent job with this documentary called "What Is a Woman." It was an excellent documentary.
Yes.
To add on to what you're saying, JT, because it also highlighted the fact these motherfuckers don't have no fucking clue what a woman is. They cannot define it at all. At this point, it is probably the most confusing question to ask anybody under the age of 40.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. This is where we got to stop this bullshit in 2024. We got to start speaking up. And we've been speaking up in 2023, no doubt, but we got to turn the motherfucking shit up. I got to say this. And I got to give credit to Black Man Unfiltered Network, us, the guys that's on this motherfucker, because what nobody speaking against those alphabet people until we really start speaking against it. And I seen how, and we had the motherfuckers to come up on the motherfucking platform. Now it costed a little bit, fucking with us. But I guarantee now you seeing everybody on their platforms, they ain't scared now because they, everybody's scared of these buzzwords and shit like that. But I gotta say, but nobody speaking on it until Black Man Unfiltered had a couple of shows.
Is that what cost him his monetization though?
That was one of the things that cost him his
Allegedly.
You, Arpan, you really got to ask that question. You know what time it is out here in these streets,
I mean,
man. Come on.
because I do, but you know what? I thought we were real tame with that dude.
No, it wasn't him. It was the little following. He ain't got a big following. Even when it came down to the other dudes, when we were talking with those guys, they had people that came on their platform and was trying to fuck with Black Man.
Well, you have to go into it. I could dig it.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is that we have to start up on all of the bullshit that's out here, not just that shit, but that's part of it too. We have to start speaking up against this shit, even when it comes down to the motherfuckers that's in our lives, anecdotally. When we start listening to these people saying dumbass shit, I'm talking about all this shit. We gotta start fighting against this shit, man, because it's fucking with the next generation, and they're gonna think that this shit is fine as long as we stay silent. That's what it is, bro. I gave my final thought on. Anybody else give you final thought?
Let me go real quick. One of the things I want to go real quick on is you're correct about that. And unfortunately, there's only one guy who's running for president who's not afraid to bring it up behind the damn mic. I don't want to say it, the man who will not be named. But the sister came up with J Mac. She really caught me by surprise because I didn't think I was giving her any smoke on that last thing. But that kind of goes to show you that Black women ain't used to men telling them anything. Because I thought I was real tame. She made a step, and that's why she caught me by surprise. What smoke? I really got to go back and watch that goddamn video because I just thought I just answered her because I thought she was kind of a little bit out of line, but because you was painting Black men with a broad brush, which I'm tired of hearing about, so, but I really didn't know I was giving her smoke, but I think that's a lot of Black women ain't used to men saying anything to them. They're just not used to it. That's kind of indicative of certain things. So, and as far as, what you said about the alphabet community, me, man, I've said it, over and over again, but the generations we have now, I don't know, they're kind of lost. We need somebody from the top saying we're going to get a lot of this shit out of the schools. Do you know that I'm going to land it here. The American government in the last budget have the budget in the Army and the services where they're paying for drag shows for the soldiers. Drag queens to come in I said, what the hell is this about? Our fighting men are looking at drag queens. And one of the high-ranking generals or whatever is a transvestite, right? And I'm saying, man, what the hell's going on? Anyway, but that's it.
That's where we're going, man.
I'm gonna make it quick. The one question you gotta ask me about the dowry system, I never wanted to He created this land because
Oh, that's gonna be a show, partner. You can get
I
rid of this. We're gonna have you as a guest.
I knew
You're gonna be the guest of the guest of
I
honor.
knew it would have struck a chord because a lot of women don't want to hear the brutal truth about them and their culture here. When you use their dowry to show an equation level of who they really are, what their worth is, they will be shocked to find out you're not on that level at all. You're not really that worthy of anything. It's that bad. That's why when you asked me that question, I had to look up and say, wow. I thought I avoided the question for over 20 years. Now it come back and haunt me. Because that was something that we brought it up. And when we were trying to explain to people, the moral value is not the same. But it's not. So once you don't have it, there's nothing I can tell you. Other than that,
Black David. People got mad at Kevin for saying that they was a 5. You know what I'm saying? Could you imagine if Kevin was alive and said, baby, you ain't even worth 2 goats?
Oh, please don't tell me.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That would be so comical.
Hey, but you know what though? Let me tell you why this is. You guys have got to do this show. You got to do this show because I watched the first season of Bridgerton, and on the first season of Bridgerton, what they had is they had a situation where the girls weren't getting picked.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Like the girls weren't getting picked, right? And it was pretty much like the prettiest girls got picked. And so when Lit makes that correlation of, you know, could you imagine if, you know, somebody only offered you 2 goats? I think we need this reality check. A lot of women are living in delusion thinking that they are something they're not. They refer to them as 49ers.
And
Because of the market, you're a 4, but because of the market, you think you're a 9.
And let me throw something.
Hang on. Because this is my final thought and I'm gonna be done. Right? The idea is that we need to get back to a base of reality. I don't think I'm a 10. I'm not a 10, right? I'm a 5 and I'll stay there and I'm happy. I don't think men have this problem. We don't have this issue, right? But women have this issue and it has a lot to do with it. I'm going to tell you this, and this is why I'm such an advocate for passport bros. Women in the West, have this issue because there isn't a lot of competition here. In America, there is not a lot of competition when it comes to overly attractive women. Majority of the women are overweight. There's weave, there's makeup, there's lashes. When you go to other countries, when you go to the Colombias, the Brazils, the Costa Ricas, the Thailands, you walk down some of these streets, and I'm telling you, you're gonna break your neck because every 5 steps, you're like, God damn, she fine. And you turn, damn, she fine too. You're like, you just keep, especially when I was in Rio. You keep bouncing. You can't take 10 steps. I could not take 10 steps on Copacabana. Like, good gracious. And so what I see here, and here's the funny part: the women overseas are more humble. They have humility. Why? Because there's competition. There's real life competition there. So because there's a lack of competition here in America, these women think that they're higher than what they are. So we do need some sort of dowry system to let them know, baby, you ain't worth 2 goats. I'm done. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, man, appreciate you, Trey, man. Appreciate you, my guy. Most definitely.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get my piece out here. First of all, J Mac, thank you for coming, baby. I really do appreciate you for coming on. The reason why I said what I said was because I wanted us to bring light to the psychology of what's going on in our country and in our community. And sometimes when we hear other people's talking points, we already know that's probably not going to be, productive because it's not actually answering a question. It's just you heard something somebody else said. So my thing is this: we appreciate having J Mac on. As always, it's a pleasure. You know what I mean? To have you in the midst. But we always want to have conversations with people who are different and come in, so it's not an echo chamber as other folks accuse of. And also, I want to thank J Mac for standing in the fire. Unlike other people, when they get mad and run, that's the reason why her show is called Tough Topics. For y'all who are listening, make sure y'all go over there and subscribe to her channel and make sure you get a good dose of her content because she is a fantastic content creator. And I'm going to give her flowers while she's still here. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to go ahead and get that out the way. And so there's no ill will. I just wanted her to be aware of the psychology of what's going on here in our community, and that's it. That's my point. My last.
Yeah,
final thought.
because I didn't get to mention this about J Mac. I have a ton of respect for women who don't ad hominem. When she was getting pressed, she stayed on topic and she rebutted based on the argument. I have a lot of respect for that. I like having a dialogue with her because she has a tendency to stay on topic, and that's very, very impressive from a woman. I hope that she comes back. Like I told her before, this is not malicious. It's not coming from a bad place. This is just conversation. So I hope she continues to come. I completely agree with you, Lit.
Yeah, and she also took notes too, so she could stay on point. I really do appreciate that. I really do.
She's what we call that's clean cut right there, man. That's somebody that actually wants to make a difference. So definitely, J Mac, you are absolutely welcome here. Trust me. The only thing that we will attack over here is talking points. That's basically what it is, and we get better and better as we get. I don't think nobody over here actually agree with each other 100%. And you would have people that try to say that it's an echo chamber over here. Sometimes you can have a panel where there is an echo chamber and shit like that. But man, look, if there's some shit that I agree with, I just fucking agree with it. If I don't, I ain't got a problem with telling you I don't fucking agree with it. And I don't think no brother on this panel has that problem. None of us had that problem at all. So it's really refreshing just to have a female that actually does what Trey was just saying, that don't have the ad hominems, the one that can come and speak to your points, and then she has her points too, and she listens to what the fuck you saying. That's crazy. Right. So it's a dope ass thing right there. Trey Ferg, do you got anything, man, before we get up out of here?
Just really in reference to what you were just saying, I think, man, we may have some similarities, but our viewpoints may come off a little different initially. But once we're able to navigate and talk through it, I think we can understand that we may agree or just respectfully disagree, but it may not be too far off on why we disagree. It just may be personal experience, I think, in that sense. But as far as the last video, as far as women, what is a woman? They sort of changing the definitions now. It can be used as somebody who identifies as a woman, but we know technically female biologically is identified at the birth when the baby comes out and it's viewable as a female. But I think now with this, I think who's that mentioned that they're bringing transvestites to the soldiers. If the military is pushing this type of rhetoric and behavior, it's going to spread. And you've seen it over the last 6 months of the year, how they're pushing this narrative to the poorest of people. The poorest of us will suffer from this because, one, it's going to entrap both the young male and the female, because if they're not having relations, we're not breeding, we're not having children, they're not getting along, they're not working together in the community, they're not generating any type of incomes within the community. They're going to cut a lot of these services, and I hope the young brothers can really understand this. This is the greatest time to get ahead of what they're trying to do, because in the next year, a lot of this stuff is going to change, and if you weren't about trying to find a woman, your ass will suffer. Get out here, get you a passport, go see 10 countries, go to Africa, go to the damn North Pole if you can find somebody that love you for you and want to be on your program. Other than that, stay right here and be trapped in this dynamic called America. So other than that, go live your life, man. Hell with that, man. Shit.
All right, fam. It's over with, man. We got to go ahead and get to the end. We at the conclusion of this show. I want to thank everybody for coming in. Hit that like button if you have not did already on both What We Know podcast and on Black Man Unfiltered. Tomorrow is Thursday, so you got the Good Doctor and Coach K. They're going to be doing their show, so don't forget to watch them. Friday, you got the Barbershop. I forgot what it was. Do anybody remember what the title was?
It's gonna be good.
You chose you, he didn't chose you, or something like that. Black man be coming up with some goddamn titles, man. But whatever it is, we gonna be rocking in that motherfucker, man. I appreciate everybody for coming in, man. I appreciate everybody on this on the panel. Hey, brother, y'all take it easy. We up out this piece. Peace out.